This is a den of sin. People are grinding on each other. The decorations on the buildings, horny and horrible at the same time. This is not your, children's fairy tale. This is adult. This is horny. Quack.
Welcome to the Little Duck Book Club with duck number 1,
Ren, and duck number 2,
Anna. And today we're continuing our journey into, the courts with A Court of Mist and Fury by Sarah J. Maas.
Yay. Exciting.
Exciting. Was a bit surprised by the positive feedback on the ACOTAR episode. I did not expect people to still be as interested in this book series, but
yeah, I mean, I was also, people had very strong opinions, and I was just like, babe, the episode came out 20 minutes ago. How are you already writing novels in the comments about what your thoughts on the book are?
Though. I appreciate
them. I love those too, but I'm also you haven't even heard what we have to say. You have to let us talk novels before you get to write them. You need
Well, I love reading them. Just want to put that out there. But yeah, it's a series that still ruffles a lot of feathers, I'd say.
I mean, I guess it's just also inevitable because it's insanely popular. Yeah. Still. Yeah. Somehow.
Well, because it keeps getting recommended because it's a staple. In the same way old sci-fi gets recommended because it's the best, so people are like, oh my god, you have to read this romantasy.
It is, yeah, I mean, it is kind of the patient zero of romantasy as a genre being advertised the way it is now.
Yeah.
And in its defense, I think I said this last time too, but it is leagues and miles above so many of its imitators that it's out of all of this, I would still recommend ACOTAR before other things. Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
If we, for example, look at the books we read, in our earlier episodes, Serpent and Dove.
Oh my god.
Was it Fire and Blood? No. Blood and Ash.
Fire and Ash. Something.
These freaking...
Something.
These freaking book names. I would recommend ACOTAR because I'd be better than the alternative, which is...
Oh, for sure. It's also just... Again, especially the first book is it's so blandly inoffensive. I'm it's not I'm recommending it to people who are not into it, but if you're into the genre and this would appeal to you, I'd be yeah, sure, read ACOTAR. It's not bad.
It's not that bad. It's oh yeah, sure.
It's perfectly serviceable. Yeah, it's. Let's talk ACOMAF.
Yeah. ACOMAF being the second book out of, technically I would say it's 3. Yeah, we have Silver Flames as an addition to it, but I would say it doesn't really
And there's the novella Frost and Starlight, which again I also don't. I mean, this is just me probably because I didn't read the later books. I'm just no, it's a trilogy. It was advertised as a trilogy. It was meant to be a trilogy when it started, and then she's, still expanding writing more stuff for it. But I think the trilogy, even if you continue it with novellas and if you continue it with more books, the trilogy should still stand on its own. Yeah. And be, and you should be able to look at it as its own product without having to draw from later books to then, judge what's happening in these. I
mean, especially because there was a bit of a time frame between
there was quite a break.
The other stuff.
I mean, I don't know if it took that long for the novella to come up, but between the trilogy and then Silver Flames, there was quite a bit of time. And it's also obviously very different. I mean, different POV character, but also just the
vibe.
It's a different story after the one that's finished in the ACOTAR trilogy. That's how I would describe it. It's also not good, but that's neither here nor there.
ACOMAF.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this in front now, just so you know, because I'm always gonna
front loading.
I reload that fun. It's just that whenever I, like, after reading this book, it felt like reading not necessarily two books, but I felt like there was a distinct point in the book at which I didn't like it anymore. Like, I liked the first...
Fascinating.
I liked, like, the first half, I think it's about, first 2/3 maybe. And then the energy switches, and I was just like, ugh. It's like,
You were like, man, I don't want it anymore. It's not fun.
I was like, oh, no. It was like it felt like a distinct change between. So I can't
Interesting. Can you... I mean, we're going to get there probably, but do you have a specific point where you were like, oh yeah, this is the point where I went, nah, man, I'm done?
I think the Weaver I still liked.
Weaver's pretty early on still.
Weaver's fun. And then I think at the halfway point is like, it's close. They just went to the summer court thing. And I think, like, after they have, like, the first half of the book of the Whispers, or what it was, Book of Breathing is the first half, or is the book. Yeah. I think after that, I wrote down, as soon as they get horny, was kind of my... It
starts going downhill. I will say, my experience was mostly one of bafflement. Because I think because the way this book is structured, and it's mostly just scenes after each other and a lot less overarching plot, I totally expected some things to be at different parts in the story than they actually were. Like, I felt like my memory betrayed me hardcore, because I was like, we got to the Weaver and the prison so early, I was like, wait, is this not later? And then we were at the summer court so early, and then I was like, wait, what do they keep doing if we're already done with all these things remember?
I'm just checking. The summer court happens in chapter 36, so like halfway point, roughly. That was the point where I started to get a little bit annoyed, because it's the part where they start to get horny and jealous, and it's this super weird plot with Tarquin. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here?
The Tarquin stuff is like, I don't think I'm heterosexual enough for this. I'll say. I think that's my problem for that. I'm like, I think I'm just literally not the target audience. I can't even tell if it's good or bad. I'm just like, it's not, I just don't get it, man.
But yeah, that was about the time point when I was like, I'm not having fun anymore.
Honestly, I don't think I'm having fun anymore was basically pretty much earlier than this. I was like, they were in Villaris, like they just got to Villaris, and I was like, now most of the fun drama things have already happened, right? Now all the boring stuff comes into it.
Well, I mean, there's also parts I liked, obviously.
Obviously there were still parts where I was like, oh yeah, this was fun or whatever. Yeah. But I will say, I mean, this might also just be because I was very tired while reading, like, that part, but after, she has the whole breakdown after Tamlin locks her in the house and she, like, leaves for good or whatever. Yeah. I had, like, a chunk of book where it was just like, dude, this is so boring. I hate this. And again, I don't know if that was just me, but I was like, the way all the characters are introduced in Villaris, and I was just like, dude, I'm having the worst time. This shit sucks.
That's something I want to talk about. Like, we can talk about this right now or like... later, but...
we can do we can do like big picture things. So we were talking generally about the plot right now, what we think of the pacing and stuff. So
it does have to do with that.
Then let's go.
I felt like it's a lot of points in this. I forgot how long this fucking book was.
I mean, I couldn't forget because I own a physical copy. Also, entirely unrelated. Yeah. But I also wrote this to you. Yeah. There are 69 chapters.
Oh, yeah. Nice. When I got to the last chapter instead of 69, I was like, 8.
8, nice.
Ren told me about this.
We're adults, by the way.
No, the one thing, it's like two things. But a lot of times when people get exposition or things get exposition in this book, it's somebody telling you that. Like, it's recent, for example, having like a monologue for a whole ass page telling us about the background of his and like Asriel's and Cassian's friendship. Yeah. And it's a weird mix between, like, it's not that there's no no show in this book. Yeah. But sometimes it feels like there's too much show and tell. Decide on one thing. When the battle happens, when they sit there during their dinner scene at the House of the Winds and everybody has their introduction thing, it's too much. Like, just pace the exposition a little bit more. Yeah, it's also we'll get there because this is more detailed, but like the character introductions suck. These characters look like clowns when they get introduced. It's bad. I have to say I like the introduction of Cassian and Asriel when they're in the house and you hear them bickering behind the door and they're like that part's like funny. That was fun because it gives you I meant when Farrah gets introduced to them at the dinner, I was just like, everyone looks like a fucking idiot here. They do. It's so bad because it's like, yeah, sure, this dinner is for Farrah to like get to know them and decide whether she wants to work with him or not. But it feels like everybody's just sitting there waiting to dump their own trauma and backstory on Farrah, and she's like, okay, what the fuck is happening right now? It's also just the way these characters behave and interact is just like off-putting to me. I'm just like, I did not remember Amren being this annoying. This shit? Yeah, I mean, like, I think in my brain I built her up to be better than what she actually was. Yeah, and like more interesting and just more cool and suave, but she was like, I'm so embarrassing. Sorry. They were all embarrassing. I'm so sorry for saying this, but yeah, it felt like reading a CW show, you know? It's like, I wrote this down in my notes too. I was like, this is dialogue from a CW show. It's like Riverdale as a book, and I like Riverdale, you know? Yeah, I was just like, I was a teenager who liked vampires, so I have seen more than enough seasons of The Vampire Diaries, a well-known CW show. These characters sound like they could be on that set right now. What the fuck, man? I think... But surprisingly, at least for me, the least offending person was Moore. Like, yeah, she had her girl power slay moments of dialogue where she's like, don't let the bad days win. But most of her interactions with Farrah felt the most... They're more fun, genuine and, like, casual. But any other person, I was like, what's happening here? So that was an issue I had through the whole book. Like, also the first part that I liked, the introduction, and just, things get described. Farrah is perceiving them, and we see them through her eyes, and then another character verbalizes what we just already read, and it's like... Decide for one thing. I don't need to get this repeated again and like through Recent or whomever she's walking around with. Yeah, right. Amren doesn't need to also comment that these bitches are annoying and they bicker all the time. Yeah, stuff like that. We saw this just now. You don't have to tell us. We did notice. Thank you. It's really, that was one thing that was bothering me because I felt like I was getting reading time stolen from me because I was like, I know. I was like, I know. Continue. This is like, I think I didn't notice this as much when I read this the first time, but this is, I think, a good place to be like, oh yeah, this is when either Sarah started not talking to her editors, or the editors just didn't give that much feedback, or she just didn't implement it, because this book feels
like there could have been 100, if not 150 pages shaved off just by tightening a number of scenes, and you would have lost nothing. In fact, you might have even gained something, because then the dialogue and some description would have been tighter and more meaningful than they are as they're now. It's very, it was very funny to be like reading this and then go like, what have we been doing for the past few pages? Why are we still here? Oh my god.
Especially the last, like, 100 pages have you questioning how this actually, like, intense situation can be this drawn out. Like, you're like...
I actually, like, in some ways, yes, but in another way, it's also, like, people call ACOTAR badly paced for having, like, most important stuff happen in the last 100 pages. I looked at the pages here, like, the real confrontation with Hybern, if you want to count the attack on Valaris with it, is 60 pages, and if you don't count the Valaris attack, it's 40 pages. 40 pages stuffed full of reveals, twist, nonsense, and it's just 40 pages. Our climax is just 40. What have we been doing for so long that the important part is just, like, so quick, but still feels drawn out, but still way too much happens. Yeah. That's crazy. It's just legitimately crazy shit.
To me, the pacing of the second half, which I, again, don't like as much, is worse.
Yeah.
Because in the beginning, you're like, oh, scene, a little bit of trauma, scene, and then it's like...
The lead up to the wedding, including like the dramatic wedding scene and all, is so well structured and well paced. Every scene is necessary. Every like character interaction is well done. We meet new people. We get a good idea of everything that's going on. The wedding happened and it's like, oh, good, nice, drama, excellent. And then it gets worse from there. Like, the beginning is so well structured compared to the rest, it actually makes you crazy. Because the beginning part is so good. I got through the beginning part and then I was like, actually, like, that was the good part. I don't know if I want to be reading the rest. Like, actually, that part was better.
I like...
And then...
Yeah, no, continue.
And then it still is, like, mostly fine. Like... It still starts being, like, weird before, like, her breakdown, because it's like, oh, she needs scenes in between, like, she needs several visits to the night court before we can do that. But there are so many scenes which are just like, oh, yeah, and then for several days nothing happened. Where I'm just like, okay, could we not have condensed this otherwise, or made something happen, or something?
Yeah.
It really was just, like, the best stuff first, and then we're running out of air. We're slowing down. We're getting lost in the wide, you know, universe. We're out of the solar system. Baymax has left the building. The black hole is far in the distance. Nothing's happening.
Yeah,
this is a Crescent City 3 reference, by the way.
If you haven't caught our drift. Especially, like, the way that Feyre's inner dialogue works throughout the first couple of chapters, and you genuinely feel the dread and the depression, and you're like, our girl's not doing well, and it translates so well, and you look at her interactions with Tamlin as well, and you notice, like, none of these people are doing well. None of them are having a great time. Everybody's fucking miserable, and you can already, like, the Ianthe thing does not surprise at all at the end of the book. At least it didn't surprise me when I first read it, because you can already see by Feyre's inner dialogue towards her that she's not like, oh, this is a genuine friend. That's like, this is a nice person to have.
She's a hot blonde woman who is, you know, sexually promiscuous. She's a fucking whore. Of course she's evil. Like, we can tell. I know what Sarah's writing is like, you know, it's not surprising.
That is additionally as well. But the first time I read it,
also Lucian doesn't like her, so we can tell, because Lucian is like our little purse dog, and if he's like, you know, barking at someone we know, bad vibes.
Lucian his behavior in the second book, questionable, but he was giving me life during those first, when Feyre starts to like pick up a little bit of energy and she starts her back talk to Tamlin, and you always have like these small sentences of like, like Lucian scoffs, Lucian like cringes, side-eyeing something, looking at a wall.
We talked about how much I tapped, but several of those I tapped, one of them was so funny, where Feyre was like, no, I want to do this.
Yeah.
And, like, you can see Tamlin gearing up, and then it just says, yeah, you can hear Lucian, like, mutter something that sounds like, here we go again.
I just found it. Lucian took a deep breath that sounded a lot like, here we go.
He's so funny. But, like, I will say, I don't really take, like, issue with his behavior. I actually think, like, both him and Tamlin are perfectly, like, well written as, like, characters, especially Tamlin, who has, like, negative character development after going through trauma. That's fine. And Lucian is also, I'm just like, yeah, like, he lives with his boss, who's also his friend, but who he can't say no to, who's also going batshit crazy, 'cause you left. So, obviously, he's not having a good time.
Like, yeah, no, I'm not saying that it's, like, not realistic. It's just, like...
No, it's just, like, Lucian, baby girl, stuff.
It's, like, because he tries. Like, I know Feyre's like, you didn't try enough, whatever. It's a shitty situation, right? It's, like, an uncomfortable situation to be in. And he does try in the capacity he has, right? And the emotional capacity he has. He tries to stand up for her, but it just doesn't,
Like, right, I mean, I think we can do that later. We were doing more, like, general
we can start to dig in.
We were, okay. We can do that. So you just want to start with I mean, we talked about the beginning of the spring break, because I think, like, that part's really solid. I thought it was really funny that we got introduced to, like, Tamlin's goons. His, like...
Han and Beck or something. Beak. Something with a B. It's like two dudes. They had names.
Yeah, I know, but, like, I don't think it was Han and Bert. I don't think that's true.
Like something. Something.
And of course you came out with Buck. Yeah, no shit.
Just leave me alone, okay?
But, like, no, I love that we could... I think one of them is, like, Harding, or is it? I don't remember.
I thought one of them had an animal name. That's why I came up with... I was not thinking of firemen, okay? Their names show up at the end of the book.
Yeah. No, Braun and Harding, I think.
Braun. Let me just... Since I have the...
I was trying to find it, but I can't.
Since I have the digital version, let me just try and search in the book. Beep, 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 beep.
Braun and Hart, not Harding.
Hart. See, that's an animal. That's an animal, and it's close enough. A buck and a hart, that's, like, similar, right?
I love that you were, like, Han and Bert first. Like, that was incredible. Yeah, those fantasy guys. Han and Bert.
H&B. Yeah, we get introduced to his little goons that he didn't send to the wall to die.
I think that's it. It's very funny. It's like, oh, there's such cool, fun dudes. It's like, yeah, look at those meat-headed guys who are trying to rizz up Feyre and Ianthe, and, like, they're failing hard because Feyre's depressed.
Also, she's, like, really the wife of the High Lords, like...
Yeah. I also was just like, girl, what were you trying to do, man? I'm not sure what you were going for.
I think they were trying really to, like, double team Ianthe.
I think they also wanted to be like, hey, we're on good terms with the lady of the house too, because we're such cool dudes. We're Tamlin's besties. And it's like, girl, we have not heard of you once in the previous book. Tamlin only has one bestie, and that's Lucian, who's getting the brunt of the abuse after his, like, wife leaves, so, you know.
Well, he does, I think Feyre mentions there's like, oh yeah, I remember them from under the mountain or something, but that's, like, the only mention, like, after the fact. It's like, oh no, these were definitely here. You didn't see them the last.
These bitches were definitely there. But I also think it's very funny that one of them brings up the Midgard worm trial. And she's like, I don't want to talk about this. I hate these people. These suck so bad. However, then Castian gets introduced, and he also asks about this, and she's not nearly as pissed about that one.
Yeah, I think it's in the...
She just gives him a snippy comment, but there she's, like, going through the whole spiral of, like, oh, these bitches don't know what it was like. Oh, it was so horrible. I don't want to think about it. How could they bring this up? And then it's like, are we doing double standards? Like,
I think it's during the dinner where he's like, can't imagine you were the person that snapped the bones in half or something. Or laid the trap or something like that. Yeah.
And Feyre's just like, I can't imagine being such a bitch or whatever she says to him. Which, again, I'm like, the comebacks are so bad and embarrassing. I'm like, what are you, 13? I'm embarrassed on your behalf. Reading these is terrible.
One comeback I did like, and I also had it marked, was when... But it's like, still, it's with Tamlin. When they're at the dinner and, like, discussing things, and then she... involuntarily, like, slips into Lucian's mind, and then she's just fucked up, and she gets up from the dinner table, and Tamlin's like, dinner's not over, and she turns around, she's like, get over yourself, and then she just leaves. Then when I was like, good on you, girl. You have other problems.
Yeah, no, that one was also deserved, because, like, Tamlin, what the fuck, man?
We're not done yet. Look, what the fuck? Just let her leave. She doesn't want to eat.
But I also love that he still does that when it's like, girl, you know she can beat you up, right? Like, she's way stronger than all of you now. Like, you can't make her do things. You're lucky she's depressed, or she would have ripped your face off, like, several days ago.
Yeah.
My man, use your brain.
I know. I really liked the first part, and I liked
the first part. While reading, I didn't even think about it this much, but, like, it is, like, with the introduction of Bronn and Hart, it's like, oh, this is what Tamlin's inner circle is like, you know? We have the blonde girl boss, we have the two goons, we have, you know...
And the ginger twink,
the advisor, you know? And you're like, oh, damn, yeah, this is, like, the inner circle from Wish, you know? It's like...
We've got the inner circle at home. To be fair, I didn't see H&B as, like, inner circle material. I was genuinely like, it's Lucian and Ianthe.
But like, also, in a way, it's like, that's, right? Because those are his two warriors, those are the two Lucian takes with him when he's, like, trying to pick up Feyre in the woods. You know...
Yeah,
like a pet that ran away. Yeah, let's go to the woods and pick her up. Yeah. Come here, Feyre. Let's take her favorite blanket so she can smell home on it.
It's like trying to do the cat sound for cats to come, like the meow.
Yeah.
Come here. Yeah,
one of them should have brought, like, her favorite snack and been like, Feyre, look at this. Don't you like this?
Just, you know, if you want her to freeze up, just show her some red paint. Be like, hey. Can't run now.
That would be hilarious. Honestly.
That was so... I mean, like, again, we've been known that Ianthe is not going to be a character who's, like, nice or anything. But I remember the first time I read about the wedding and the red
roses,
flowers. Yeah. I was ready to fight for Feyre. I was like, you fucking bitch, you had one job. And I know you
one job.
You hate Feyre for reasons, I don't know, but, like, you also want this wedding to go through, right? You know how fragile she is, like, mentally. Why would you add this little sprinkle?
I mean, I think it's less about, like, I want this wedding to not go well. It was more like that she just doesn't really listen to Feyre when Feyre wants something, you know? Farrah should listen to her recommendations, but like when Farrah was like, no, not red, and then Yanthi was like, okay, sure, not red, and then later that day she looked at her, you know, schematics and was like, you know, but red would look really, really good here. How important can it be for her? And honestly, like, obviously Yanthi sucks and stuff, but on another level, imagine you're an event coordinator for a wedding. You're doing all this work. And the bride, the one who's supposed to be making decisions, is like, no, you decide. I don't know. All looks good. I don't really care. I'd also at some point be like, dude, this bitch, can't she just like once. It's like a group project where you're the only one making decisions and everyone's like, yeah, just choose the best thing. I'd be like, dude, it's your fucking wedding.
Yeah.
Just choose something.
I mean, she was depressed. So.
No, it's a...
Yeah.
It's totally understandable that she's not, like, hyped for the wedding. And if Yanthi was, like, a real friend, she would have been like, dude, you don't have to get married right now.
Yeah.
Like...
Yeah.
Sure, politically it send a great message, but, like, if you don't want to get married, we don't have to do this. If you're having a bad time, we don't have to do this. Obviously, she doesn't do that, because she's not a friend. But, like, still, if I was... Imagine you're like the event coordinator and this is your client. I'd also at some point be just like, oh man, these bitches, can't they just work with me here?
The one thing I didn't get was, like, thematically, I get it for the whole book. But the one thing I didn't get was the wedding dress. Because even Tamlin is like, the fuck is this? He's laughing at her.
It's very strange because it's like, it feels more like human fashion wedding dress because the book mentions like, oh, humans wear so many layers and everything, so I was just like,
and frills.
Is it just like this to contrast it with like her super skimpy, super sexy night court outfits to be like, oh, Tamlin, you know, put her into this like monstrosity of a dress that's like, you know, too many layers and she can't even move, but like, you know, when she gets to choose, she's wearing like two scraps of fabric, you know, tacked together and like, you know.
Yeah, but it's like, it's not even that Tamlin chose.
Yeah.
He was like, you know, let's just trust Yanthi with whatever she wants, but like...
Or again, I'm like, imagine you're the event coordinator and both people at the wedding were like, yeah, you decide. I'd also be like, dude, it's your wedding.
I just feel like, wouldn't you want the bride to look like, if I'm Yanthi, right? I'm the wedding planner. I'm the schemer of this show. And I'm like, I want this to look as ethereal and non-threatening as possible.
Yeah.
Why make mockery out of her in that dress? Like, not even the High Lord thinks this is pretty remotely in any universe, right? So why not just... I don't get it.
I mean, we have not considered that maybe Yanthi just has shit taste. Maybe this is the answer. Maybe this wasn't on purpose. Maybe her taste is just legitimately shit. Or she was like, oh, I want Farrah to look like a human, to look and that's why we're doing human fashion. But like, the wedding dress is stupid. Like, there are many things in the lead up and in the wedding that are good, but the dress, among other things, is like silly. I do like the last minute where she's like, here, you have to wear the gloves. You can't not wear the gloves. It's important. Because that makes sense. I like that's good. To be like, oh yeah, we have to hide parts of you because they don't fit the fiction, you know, that we're building here. But the dress is so stupid.
Yanthi is like a Pinterest wedding board, but it's like pins from 2003, but she's still like, yeah.
Yeah, it's like she forgot she's not planning a wedding for like a 40-year-old divorcee who's like, you know, found her true love in Vegas or whatever, and is now getting married again, but is doing it for like a 20-year-old who just went through like traumatic loss. So,
not that there's anything wrong if you listening are a 40-year-old divorcee in Vegas, but you know, it's a different vibe.
There's also just like it's like the same way like these huge giant like statement necklaces, like older women can wear them because they have enough present, but a lot of younger women just look silly in them, you know, It's just like their fashion that looks more like less weird on older people because they just, you know, have more pizzazz. They know what they want, you know. They're bolder.
They carry it instead of being carried by it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And this is just...
That dress was wearing Farah and not the other way around.
Yeah. And I do...
But yeah, no.
I genuinely felt like gripped by the panic of her standing there and Tamlin reaching out.
That part was really good.
And I was like, is this actually good? Is this...
Yeah,
I was gripping my phone like, oh, you know, like...
That's why it's my favorite scene from, like, the novel. Yeah. And probably from the whole of ACOTAR as, like, a series. Because, I mean, it's just such a tasty scene. And then
it is tasty.
Our little bitch boy shows up and is like, oh, you didn't even invite me.
Heartbreaking.
It's so fun. Like, that scene is legitimately just, like, a solid scene. And then it goes downhill. And although, not immediately, because I also love the part where, like, Raisin's like, dude, you asked me for help, and Farah's just lying. She's like, nah, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened.
It's like, they're both correct in a way, right? He's like, no. Factually, what you did.
I heard you. That's why
she's
I was
like,
there.
Well, I wasn't asking you. I was just, I don't know, she's like, wishing to the universe.
This was not what I wanted, man. Yeah. And then she throws her shoes at him, which I also think is very fun.
I love that scene.
I also love that Mora's watching and then she laughs at him for it. I think like, that's incredible.
That went well.
Yeah. Honestly, like, that part, I can totally see that, like, a lot of this book or these books was built around those scenes.
I was about to say, yeah.
They are some of the strongest that Sarah's writing gets, and I was like, yeah. The character work here, like, all of it, it works so well.
I think
these are the scenes that mattered.
Yeah, I think genuinely one of the first scenes she must have plotted or, like, was inspiration was the hello Farah darling scene. Yeah. Because it builds up so well to that scene. Because you feel, like, the similar feeling, like, with, like, the dread from... like Lost Boy, like when you're like the shoe will drop at some point. You feel it in the beginning of the book. You're like, we're feeling Farah cracking, and then is it after the first couple of times she's at the night court? You have these situations of her asking Tamlin for more space, more air to breathe, and and it literally says, but he's good to his word. He does reduce all of it until
and
things
then
happen.
They're immediately back. Yeah.
And he goes back and she's not allowed to leave the house again and stuff like that. So you're like, oh no, and then the scene happens and it feels structured in a way the rest doesn't feel that much. That part where I'm like,
okay, this is where she went over several times and adjusted the scenes to work really well up to the points of, like, high drama and, like, stuff like that. Yeah. Like, all the scenes with, like, the characters saying... That's also why I'm, like... I remember... I think it was after the third had come out, but I hadn't read it yet, and people were talking about Tamlin being character assassinated because, you know, the romance didn't work on it. I was just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Because in the second book... all his negative development is incredibly, like, reasonable for a writer to do. Like, sometimes trauma makes you worse. In fact, a lot of the times it does. And it's not like he has a therapist, so obviously, right? Like
him and Lucian just sitting in the villa.
The problem is Lucian's also traumatized.
I know!
So, like, if anyone should get couples counseling, it's Lucian and Tamlin together. Honestly, like, that's also, like, something I wrote down because it was incredible. There is incredibly there is a quote where Farah is like, yeah, Lucian and Tamlin had been partners for centuries, and I was just like, yeah, man. She meant fighting partners, but I choose to read this differently. Because those two boys in their bachelor pad all alone, they were fucking. Those guys were fucking...
We already established that in the last video.
We talked about this before. I believe it.
What did they do for 500 years of isolation?
What do men do with 500 years of isolation? We'll never know.
I guess we'll never know. Which could mean nothing.
Let's ask the experts on AO3. I'm sure somebody has written a treatise on what exactly they were doing with details.
Probably. And tags. You want to bleach your eyes afterwards. Like, genuinely.
Yeah, but no. Again, it's like crazy that the beginning spring chord stuff is so much better than it. The funniest bit is, this is also what I remember of ACOTAR. I don't remember that much of it, but I still felt, even there, like the beginning part where she is like working from the inside to bring the spring chord down, that part also felt way more structured than the rest of the book that comes later. But I don't know if I'm just misremembering that, or if I was hoping at the beginning, we're going somewhere. Hopefully it'll get better, and then I was disillusioned quickly.
From ACOTAR, I remember most of the plot points at the spring chord, because I genuinely was having the time of my life when I read that, because like, especially the Feyre Lucian thing, because that was also something like at the end of this book, right? When Lucian is just like seeing right through her, I'm like, it's gotta be a diva off, you know? The divas are fighting, and they're not gonna. That was the thing that made me go, maybe reading ACOTAR in like a couple of weeks won't be that bad, because at least I'll get Lucian.
The beginning will be good, but then we have like 600 more pages of other stuff, which
of more being like ally.
Oh my god, there's so much. Okay, where were we? Okay, we were talking about the spring chord stuff.
Yeah, and then the Feyre Darling thing happens. One thing I loved, I remembered I forgot and then remembered how snarky Rhysand is in the beginning.
Yeah.
And like also a little bit like petulant, which I liked, because he's...
Yeah.
There's like... In hindsight, he knew all along she was his mate, blah, blah, blah. It gets a little bit less exciting, but if you don't, like, put that in there... If you just
think, they were, like, begrudging allies under the moon, and now they're kind of enemies,
so much fun. Him having her read all of these, Rhysand is handsome, he's the best lord ever. Those sentences, I thought that was so fun.
That was fun, but... They had already started where I was just like, why is everything so horny? Like, a lot of these things, I was just like, okay, you can be snarky without being weirdly sexual about it. And, like, I'm not saying this in the sense of, like, you can't talk about sex. That's too scary to me. I'm just like, you sound like a 15-year-old who just discovered sexual innuendo and now puts it everywhere. And at the beginning you're just like, okay, I guess, but then it never gets better. It's actually crazy how most of Feyre and Rhysand's banter is like just sexual innuendos all the time. Like,
yeah, especially later on it gets really bad.
But even at the beginning I was already like, wait, I don't remember that most of these were like sex jokes or innuendo. I was just like, do you have any other jokes, Sarah? Like, throughout the book, it's like, all the jokes are either sex jokes or dick jokes or, like, calling someone an idiot. Like, that's all the jokes we get. And I'm just like, Sarah, I'm not 12. This is... Just talking about dicks is not funny by itself. Make an effort. Also, these people are 500 years old. You cannot tell me all of them talk about genitals all the time. Oh my god.
Well, they can also give you a vulgar gesture. I wrote this to you before. This is the previous video we talked about, like, the wording pet peeves we had. Like, for you it was colors and textures and light, which does make some reappearances in this book.
It does.
I had being ripped to ribbons, which I think only happens like once or twice. I was surprised.
It doesn't happen as much here.
No.
I was paying attention for that and I was like, no.
But what really got me was the amount of times somebody makes a filthy or vulgar gesture. I get where she's coming from. I get she probably means they flipped middle finger, whatever. But it irked me so much whenever I was reading it. I was just waiting in these snarky scenes. I was like, and is there gonna be a vulgar gesture? Is it? And 90% it was. And it was...
It is incredible. Like, I forgot, or I didn't notice the first time because I was busy, like, processing the language, because I know when I first read it, I hadn't read that much in English yet, so I was like, okay, I'm happy I'm understanding everything and I'm having a good time. But it's so juvenile. The way people speak is so juvenile, and I'm not surprised that I didn't notice the first time, because again, if you're English second language, then obviously you don't immediately have an emotional response to the way tone works, right? If you're just learning a language, it's like, okay, yes, I know technically these are the informal ways to say this, but it doesn't mean anything to me because I'm busy translating it in my head so I understand what everyone's saying.
Yeah.
But if you've read enough, eventually you get to the point where you're like, okay, this sounds like, children talking to each other. This doesn't sound like adults who have known each other for years having like a serious discussion. This sounds like teenagers or like frat boys. This is silly. Like, it's so unserious.
It feels like these people are supposed to come off as people in their like late 20s, early 30s, right? And it feels like she has never been around genuinely funny people that age. Because, right? Because it's like, it feels like a caricature of what you think the cool people are talking about. But like, if you spend time with people and your humor vibes, doesn't matter what kind of humor you have, whatever vibes, there's a different flow in conversation. That's why I liked the doors scene with Cassian and Azriel being there, because it felt the most natural of like... Reason being like, please just shut the fuck up, okay? I'm just trying to get the situation through here, usher her up the stairs, and they're like, fuck bro, just let us in. That felt the most natural as an exchange between these three in all of the book. I feel like her comedic timing is not timing in,
it's not comedy. Again, just talking about like referring to people's dicks or calling them big or too small or being like you're obsessed with your dick, it's not a joke. Like, it can be funny sometimes, but it's not by itself a joke. And if all your characters only have this as a punchline, it's embarrassing. I'm listening to them just like, these are teenagers who just started having boners, so it's all they think about, so they keep referring to their dicks because they feel so adult talking about it. And it's like, no, actual adults don't talk about it that much. Because it's not news. It's like, obviously. No one's surprised.
They do be having
we
them,
know. We've been having sex for years now. It's not new or exciting anymore. Like, just mentioning sex is not funny. Maybe I'm not a repressed American enough for this to be funny to me, but I'm just like, listen, I can go downtown and see, like, 10 statues with their dicks out. It's not special. Like, I'm not impressed by that. It's not funny, right? Like, I can see like free titties on like a bunch of statues. I can go online and just search up tits and look at them. It's not. It's not fun. Like, it's not. There's nothing special there. Get one other joke, Sarah, please.
In addition to that, I totally agree with you. In addition to that, I feel like the men all have the penis jokes, and all of the women have like the males humor.
Yeah, it's like
okay, either we can make jokes about male genitalia or just men.
But also, half of those jokes are also just like men and how they can only talk about dicks, am I right? And I'm like, Sarah, you wrote this. You did this.
She's like pointing at a mirror, It's like, oh.
Yeah, it's like, and who's that dog in the mirror talking so much about dicks? Must be a guy. And I'm like, Sarah, that's you. That's you. You chose to do this.
And I know it's supposed to feel like this situation, like, you know, this scene where there's a barbecue and there's a couple of couples at the barbecue and all the women are in their little garden chairs and the men, I don't know, do something that
they're standing around
their
the
lifespan,
grill looking at the meat. Yeah.
And then the women are like, our boys. You know, I know that it's kind of the vibe it's supposed, or at least that's the vibe it gave up to me, but it's like, I
didn't clock that because I'm too unfamiliar with this. This is too heterosexual for me again. I'm like, this isn't a parallel universe to me. This is not a familiar scene to me. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
It's the moment when either when I see this or when I see people talking like this, I'm like, these are your partners. These are just humans as well. Why are you talking about them like they are some sort of alien that you're observing?
Yeah, these are people, not like your dog.
Yeah.
So also it's like, it's cute when like your dog does something silly, and it can be cute if your partner does it, but at a certain point you're also like, you're an adult human man, use your brain. Like, some things are not funny when they're done by people who should know better.
Like at some point you're not like, aw, that's my man. You're like, oh, that's my own.
Fuck, that's my man. Maybe he's not my man anymore after this.
Yeah. So that was the kind of humor I got from all of the female characters.
You know what? That does make sense. Again, I'm not familiar enough with this to clock this. I mostly was there and I was like, what are we doing, man? Can we not do something else?
No,
I was like, Mom, pick me up, I'm scared.
I felt that vibe so strongly. It feels like they're watching them goofing off as a little trio of Illyrian fighters, and the women in their snarky little cute outfits are like, oh, that's exactly what it felt like to me.
Yeah, no, now that you describe it, I'm like, yeah, this is totally, no, this totally makes sense to me. I just did not see it. I was too blind. Thank you.
You were. I was opening your eyes with my
I was too out of the loop of what's going on with people.
Yeah,
but no, that part. The introduction of the inner circle.
I mean, we talked about the beginning of the video, but
but so embarrassing. Like, it is nice when like Farah and Ryzen have like their little heart to heart on the balcony where they're like, you know, exchanging truth for truth or whatever.
That scene, that was cute. Yeah.
That was cute. I was like, yeah, this is a good, like, you know, we're starting to bond a little, like, I don't fully trust you, but, like, yeah, it's a fun trust exercise if you want to do the character development from, like, begrudging allies to, like, actual friends or lovers.
Yeah.
So, that was nice. And then, like, they get interrupted by Cassian and Azrael showing up, and their introduction immediately is just so stupid, because it also includes another thing that Sarah keeps doing, where I'm just like, Sarah, I don't think you understand how things work. They're introduced as, like, oh, they're so tall with their wings tucked in and like their powerful muscled bodies under their armor, and I'm just like, Sarah, if someone is wearing armor, you cannot see how well muscled they are. If clothing is thick enough and people are not, you know, wrapped in the thinnest little strands of gossamer, you can't tell what their body looks like. But she keeps doing this. People will be dressed in several layers of like cloth and, you know, leather, and then she's like, his muscles bulged, and I'm just like, you can't see those, Sarah. No one's seeing those muscles under this.
I honestly don't know. You're whether crazy. She's confusing the, like, just that you can guess from a certain stature of a person whether they are more likely to be muscle, just like for men, you know, more triangular shape, or there's certain shape of a leg. If a person is in armor and they have still like super fucking broad shoulders underneath that, and it's just structural, like the architecture of the body, I guess you could say, but as you said,
that's
the
not how the
bulging muscles, you're not seeing those.
Keep talking about the shifting muscle and you could see them beneath, and I'm just like, Sarah, they are not, wrapped in just like, a little bit of aluminium that's like glued tightly to their body so you can see them in high definition. They're wearing several layers of cloth and armor. You're not seeing them. Sarah, do you know how clothing works? Please tell me you understand clothing.
It's like,
as a concept.
I get it. You want to have the horny scene, but like that works for the dystopian movie where they only have like the undershirt on and they're training and you can see the muscle. But especially she describes it like dragon scales, kind of.
Yeah.
There's no shifting.
Right. The thing I'm just thinking is that, like, but it's not like we don't see these people without armor, so doesn't it hit harder? Doesn't it make you hornier to get the reveal of, like, like...
the ankle.
It's sexier if you see a woman fully dressed and then she does a striptease as if she walks into the room naked. Like, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, that's... Generally,
no, you're not crazy. I think especially she could have worked with the they both tall and broad-shouldered and there must be some...
They're so massive, their dicks must be huge too.
They're walking like there must be some primal power underneath, and then when they have like the training sparring scenes and it's like, oh damn, I was right.
Like, damn, these bitches were built under there.
Yeah, like not like, an optical illusion.
Right, especially because Farrah remarks on it anyway when they get undressed too. So I'm just like, just leave that part for later, Sarah. It's fine. Yeah. We can imagine them being well built and then we get more detail later. Like, building suspense, but Sarah's not for that. Sarah's like, no, we need to immediately know these people are super hot, they're super muscular, they're tall. I'm not going to immediately mention their dicks, but somebody else will later in the scene, so don't worry, they also have huge dicks. Which, we all know that's the only thing that matters for sex. Size. Nothing else. It's just like...
Yeah, it's definitely... It doesn't just, like... It doesn't just like keep to this small part. It really feels like she loves these characters. She wants everybody to know everything about them, and that's how this first introduction feels. Yeah. She already gives us too much in too much of a like conversational manner, so that the I would say appeal is gone. Why would I want to know more about this Cassian dude if most of the information I need to know is just presented at this dinner table? Sure, there's some mystery left behind, but most of the information you get afterwards is like there might be something going on with him and more. And it's like,
okay, but I was wanted to be interested in him as a character, not the potential shipping aspect.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, I don't know if it's just very typical for heterosexual romance, and I don't read it because it's not really my genre, so I can't tell if this is just like a Sarah J. Maas thing or if this is just how the genre is, that everyone's always like making dick jokes, everything's always like horned up, and like that's like the main thing everything revolves around, which to some degree, right, like a genre is always defined by like the focus it leaves. Like if you're reading a horror story, like everything is focused around the horror aspects, and they are more relevant than they would be in like an everyday life situation. Even if like creepy things are happening, you have so much else going on that like, okay, I still gotta go to work even if, my stairwell makes creepy sounds or whatever. So, and then in romance it's like, oh, everything revolves around like the romantic aspects and like the sexual like components in like an adult romance.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's just that part, but it gets boring. Because if you're doing the same thing over and over, I'm like, okay, but can I learn something about these characters that's not tinged with romance or sex? Like, can't I learn about Cassian and like his relationship to Azrael and more devoid of like, oh, they definitely fucked and it has complicated their relationship.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's
just give me a little bit more out of the whole situation. I think one of the scenes where I was like, oh, this feels natural and like it implies more than any of the other things is when Feyre lets it slip to Rhysand, where she's like, oh, there's some history there, and Rhysand just goes, done. That already gives me so much more than anything else, because it's like, oh, you know, there is something there. There is history, to the point where Rhysand is like, don't get involved. Just don't. Just keep it to yourself.
And then we find out the history is actually not that big a deal. It's just like, not even that dramatic. It's just like, oh, okay. They had sex once and now one of them is like weirdly jealous and like, okay.
Which again was such a weird, like, I guess it gives background to more, it gives background to more, it gives background to the whole situation, and apparently Sarah J. Maas wants to expand on that, because it was mentioned in Silver Flames by, what's his name, Eris, where he's like, you know, there was more to it than you know, which he says to Nesta, I think. But it feels so weirdly it feels so placed. It feels like when you're in a video game and you go to a person that's like a side quest and they're dumping information on you because it's just a side quest and you just need some context to get through this mission. That's how it feels.
It's also, I feel like it takes away from the characters, because the first introduction you get is immediate like, oh, there's romance drama. Isn't that all that matters to you? And it's like, no. If they're gonna be Feyre's friends, I would like to know what kind of relationship they would have to her based on what kind of person they are, and not what kind of psychosexual drama has been going on in this group necessarily. Shouldn't that come out later? Like, if Feyre immediately clocks it, why would, like, Feyre clocks that Asriel is, you know, desperately in love with more, like, 3 minutes in.
Yeah.
Why would anyone ever pretend like this is like a secret, or that she shouldn't bring out, like, when it's that obvious? It's also the Cassian Moore as thing is also very funny given what happens in the next book. Because when you read this, it is so obvious that Sarah J. Maas planned for Asriel and Moore to get together, because also, like, obviously Cassian and Nesta was immediately planned. They meet each other and everyone immediately is like, there's sexual tension. I'm like, they just don't like each other.
Which is,
can't they just
but it's like...
Yeah, but again, it's like everything is horny. You can't even have, like, ideological, like, problems with someone. It needs to be horny immediately, right? You can't... No one is allowed to not like other people unless it's gonna be an enemies to lovers thing. But, like, it was so clear that they were gonna get together, but then Sarah changed her mind randomly, and that's so jarring in the
She was like, you're accusing me of being a homophobe? Nuh-uh. She's just...
It's like, I'm not even a homophobic. I'm not even homophobic. I'm a bit of a homosexual myself. But it's just like, no, I can read the room, Sarah, and your writing makes it super obvious when someone's meant to be together. Yes. Like, you're not subtle. So it's very strange when you then immediately switch course and are like, no, Moore's actually homosexual and biromantic. No, bisexual and homoromantic.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, I mean, that's great, but that's definitely not the same person you wrote in the last book, is all I'm saying, man.
I think I liked, as much as Moore confuses me in terms of just, like, lore-wise, I think her relationship with Feyre was the most believable, because what you said, like, a couple of minutes ago with you are interested in how these characters, like, behave in their relationship to Feyre and not, like, but, like, with each other. Moore is the most where Feyre goes, like, into introspection. She's like, this actually feels like a friend. I miss Moore. I want to have this person close to me. This is giving me, like, actual safety and the feeling of belonging to have this person here and be on good terms with it. So in that way, I liked Moore the most out of them. But I can't, staying on Moore, I can't get over the she is truth thing. Because
yeah, I'm just like, what the fuck does this mean, Sarah? What does this mean?
Because at first I was like, oh, I think I just forgot this, because Reason is like, she's far more powerful, she's fighting on the battlefield left and right.
She's who I'm calling in when my armies and Cassian and Azrael
and it's like,
failed and died.
Oh yeah,
okay,
she
is
super
like powerful, and then it's like, what is her power?
And her power
what does it mean? Let's not talk about this.
Because it confuses you. Is her power only truth, and she just wipes the battlefield with like, I don't know, the power of the truth shockwave, or does she also have that as a power and she just also like
it's also
do stuff.
It's also like, obviously her name is not random. The Morrigan is a figure of folklore, right? Which is of culture. She is. So sorry. I mean, we live in a culture, right, which has folklore. But like, she's a figure that's associated with war and prophecy and truth as well, in the sense that like she gives vision of what is about to be happening, like, and they were accurate. Like, she portends death and like, or alternatively like victory, depending on like who you are and in what way she shows herself and what she shows you. So it's like, I expected more to have like some kind of either like fate or like prediction powers or something. I was also quite frankly waiting for the ravens, because they're a very obvious symbol associated with the Morrigan, so I was like, are we doing anything with that name? But like, no, we weren't.
Maybe the boys are supposed to be her ravens.
They don't even have feathers.
She has like Cassian and then an Azrael on her arms.
No, but really, and then she's introduced like, oh, she's super powerful, but then it's like, oh, she's super powerful, but she still gets super... I mean, you can still get nervous about your abusive family or whatever, but then I'm just like, but the way she behaves at court and everywhere does not imply to me that she's super powerful. It's like, and that's also fine. Like, she could be like a courtier who's like, who has like knowledge or can tell truth from lie or whatever. That's also very valuable and powerful. Physical strength is not everything. But I'm also like, what do you need her for, Ryson? You're a mind reader. You don't need someone to tell you if someone's lying, because you can read people's minds.
I think,
what are we doing here?
Especially because, like, later on, when we get to the whole queens and stuff, and we get some more background lore, and we find out, oh my god, she was, like, this huge figure in the war, and she apparently whooped ass a lot. And she is a queen herself in all, like, you know, what Reason said.
What does
like,
that mean, Reason?
Like, slay, I guess, you know, like, what?
Like, Reason, are you saying this in the manner of all women are queens? Like, what do you mean, Reason? What do you mean?
Yeah, it certainly makes you wonder, like...
And it's like, Sarah never thought about what her power would be, because it's not... If she did, it would be on the page, right? Like, if she did, we would see it.
Yeah. Overall, it just feels very weird, and it feels like this, my power is truth. And then, at first I thought, oh, is she gonna be one of them who is not able to speak, like, lies? Because that would have been very fun. And then it would have been like, oh, she is a conniving little female dog, because she like has to get around it, and
you're
that makes
allowed
her even...
to swear, baby girl.
And that makes her even more dangerous, you know. But no, she can't lie all the time. She just like, how would you listen? How are you, the truth teller, the person who is truth? How are you gonna convince me that you are speaking the truth when you lie all the time?
I also just, and at that point in the plot, I also marked this down because it was so fucking funny. I'm trying to find the exact wording, but when it was like, oh, there is a tool that can help us show these people the truth. And it was like, it turns out there was an orb. And I was just like, we're pondering the orb. Incredible. It's just like, it turned out there was an orb. I'm like, yeah. Sarah, you can't. That was the funniest thing you've written, but it was not on purpose.
The very something.
It's like an orb of truth, whatever.
The search option doesn't work. I was trying to search for orb.
Yeah, no,
it's not orbing.
No, I did write it out. It was like, the sentence started with, there was an orb. It turned out. And I was just like, Sarah, great way to introduce an artifact. I'm loving this. Cool.
It's like
there was an orb. It turned out. Yeah, there are many orbs
I think I was most insulted by this orb thing because I was like, okay, we had our MacGuffin in this book. It's the book of breathing breaths. I always forget. But you're introducing a second one? What? And then the whole
it's also just like
plot of getting it.
It was so convoluted that they had to steal it from Kier, where I'm just like, Rysand, you're basically king in your court. You can tell him to give it to you.
Yeah.
Like, or you can torture him until he does. You can just kill him and be like, yeah, it belongs to me now. What are you doing, man? You don't need to sneak in and steal it.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
It was to create that one scene.
I know.
Let's be honest.
It was necessary for the throne makeout scene. Ugh. And my notes on the scene were mostly like, man, I get it, Kier. I'd also be uncomfortable if I had to watch this. Like the last time when I read, I think it was Nightbane, I always seem to be on public transport when these scenes come up. So I was just flying through it, and then for the sake of reading, everything, I went back and then read it later. It makes me so uncomfortable. I told you this before, and you did correct me by saying, Anna, this is, you're giving her too much credit. But I'm going to say this again publicly. I blame Sarah J. Maas for any other uncomfortably horny scene I had to read in any romantasy book that was like a form of public, semi-public exhibitionist sort of horny scene. This was public. It's just not real sex.
I mean in other books as well. I mean other books as well. I blame all these kind of scenes on this one. It's I know it's not her fault, but I feel like this was the little fire to the powder keg. It's the thing
that a lot of people, were like, oh, I'm so into this.
And I was uncomfortable all the time.
I mean, maybe it's just because I don't have an exhibitionist streak, but I'm reading this and I'm going, man, can you imagine just standing around and having to see this? I don't like this, man. I would prefer not to read this.
I don't know if I blanked out on this, but the music and dancing in the court does it happen during the whole scene? Or is it not in the beginning just awkward standing there? Or while after Kier appears, it's at some point the whole court is just watching them.
Yeah.
And it's like if it was a party nightclub scene, whatever.
It is really funny that the hewn city is introduced immediately as this is a den of sin. People are grinding on each other. The decorations on the buildings, horny and horrible at the same time. This is not your, children's fairy tale. This is adult. This is horny. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny, man.
It's like the weird serpent figurines or something, yeah. It did feel a little bit like, like an edgy teenager would describe the evil vampire lair.
It really is just like, Sarah, goth people are not constantly horny. People in nightclubs are not all fucking all the time. I don't know what you think, but I don't think this is correct.
I don't know which nightclub she goes to. I mean, I was only at one nightclub my whole life, and I can only say that I didn't see people engaged in sexual intercourse.
Yeah, no, the actual crazy part here, I think, is that, like, the Hewn City is so dark and evil and twisted. Yeah. And one of the first things is, like, because people have, like, semi-public or public sex. And I'm like, are we really conflating this once again? Like, evil people are super horny or being super horny. Like, this is like, it's not their fault that he has made his throne room into a BDSM club where people can do that. He could just make it illegal if he was bothered. He could be like, you can fuck wherever you want, but not the place where I'm, where I have my throne and I give orders. It's just not appropriate. The vibes are not right.
It's like this is a dark room, but not that kind, okay? Go next
he's like,
room.
Listen, I'm not against public or semi-public sex, just literally not in the throne room, everywhere, literally not there. It makes every envoy, like, really uncomfortable. It makes me look weird to everyone who's visiting.
Yeah, that's another thing.
The one rule. It is weird, yeah, it is. So it's just like, oh wow, this evil den of sin. What's the obvious sign? People are horny as fuck.
One thing that made me, like, giggle so hard, because the first time I read the book I was like, oh yeah, whatever, but this time when I was thinking about it, was like the night court, like the evil court, and they were also evil and bad until, like, a couple ancestors ago the High Lord decided to be, like, a cool dude, but, like, the evil came back, and what they did, they put all of them into their little sin cave underneath the mountain, and they've been happy there ever since. It's like, is this because it's specifically the night court? Because you're like, oh, it should be dark and dangerous?
I mean, I can't. I was about to say, this seems obvious to me, but given her track record, I don't know how much fairy lore Sarah has even glanced past while she's researching. Not even looked at, just, like, in the vicinity. But you have, like, depending on the place and time, you have, like, the, you have the, what are they called? You have the Seelie and the Unseelie courts. And the Seelie courts are typically associated with, like, either, like, the good fae, but not even really, like, the good ones, but more like the bright ones, like the nice looking ones, which is still not the good ones because they'll all fuck you over because, they're inhuman and they don't respect you. And, like, the Unseelie are typically the ones where it's more like there's more violence, like they're more like the ones who eat people, like, directly. Like, and that's, I think, where the whole, like, dark torture vibes comes from. But it's like, that's not, I don't even know if I've ever anywhere else seen, like, fairy lore with, like, solar courts. Like, the seasonal courts are very typical.
Yeah,
but like, the solar ones are just really weird. Typically, you have, like, the Seelie and Unseelie courts if you have the light-dark divide. But again, those are not the good ones and, like, the evil, scary ones. They're, like, the ones who look nice, but will still, like, make your life hell, and the ones who just also look exactly like what they'll do to you. Like, right? Like, it's the vibes of, like, oh, you have beautiful meadows, and, like, you have beautiful rivers that can still be dangerous because the plants can be, poisonous or whatever. And you have, like, dark and rot and, like, fungi, and, like, you have, right, like, the different aesthetics you can get out of nature. So
but they're a fun guy, like, I don't know what you...
Yeah, and the thing...
I was like, how can you not get this joke? Well, you're laughing. I just, the whole thing also with like, oh, Amarantha saw this Sinley sex court and modeled her own Under the Mountain like that.
But her Under the Mountain court didn't even have sex. It only had the power of incredible violence all the time.
It's just
like, remember how Farrah showed up and immediately got beaten up for no other reason than haha funny? Like, come on.
I mean, she was a human, so for them it was funny.
But also then, is it funny? Like, what's the fun part? She lost consciousness immediately and they kept beating her.
They are the wretched creatures. The whole hewn city thing to me was like, it felt like, oh, but these people have dark urges and we just put them all into their one little club.
The weird part is that, like, it's not just that they have their weird club, they are still reigning over other people and Rysand just lets it go on. Like, no, but like, of the Night Court who live in other places, where I'm just like, Rysand, why do you let them have any power at all if you think it's bad if they behave that way? You could change this. You're the most powerful, most specialist boy in history. You could literally melt their minds whenever you choose. You don't have to even play politics with them because they all respect the politics of strength and you have it. You could pulverize them. You can turn people to dust, literally. Like,
I think... Yeah, I wondered that with another thing with, like, the Illyrians as well.
Yeah, me too, with that part. I was also like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And I think you could excuse this with towards the other courts he has to appear, like, big bad Rysand. So maybe that's why he doesn't interfere. But it's like...
But you can appear as, like, the big bad guy to the outside, too, if you slaughter all the people under you who don't do what you're saying. And also slaughter outsiders who don't do what you're saying.
Yeah, right. No, I totally get that. But then the thing is, what are you saying that they are not doing? If you're supposed to be the ruthless, I don't care if people die, torture, whatever kind of guy, and then you, like, penalize people for doing exactly that, then it's kind of weird. Like...
But the thing is, right... that he doesn't need to be that person. Like, the narrative keeps being like, oh, he has to be the bad boy so that people respect him. But, like, all the Fae respect power. He's insanely powerful. No one's gonna be like, oh, wow, I could totally, steal his lands when you see him killing people left and right for disobeying him, regardless of what the rules are. Like, even if he's like... hey, I want you to be nice people, and if you're not nice, I'm gonna be like Krampus. I'm gonna come down your chimney and beat you to death.
Yeah, I guess it's just like the image you wanted to keep up.
He's already but what for? Other than like he likes the dark aesthetic. But then I'm like, girl, do you know how many people are being tortured by your hewn city court? Like, why are you risking all these people's well-being if you actually think you're a good guy? Like, you can still be super protective of everyone in the Night Court while being extremely, like, shitty towards everyone else, and then they'll still be like, okay, that guy's a crazy bitch, we should not antagonize him. Like, this is not exclusive.
No, I get that. That's why I was like, whenever that question came up for me in different situations, I was like, I guess this is like the reason I came up for myself.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's also, like, what Sarah tries to make you believe, but it's just, like, if you think about it for, like, another layer deeper, and you're just like, but he doesn't have to do that, because he's insanely powerful, and no one can kill him, because he's the most powerful special boy, so, and he has, like, super powerful fighters in his court, like, he can just sick Amaranth on people he doesn't like, and, like, everyone's scared of her anyway, right? Like, no one's stopping you from being a good guy, Rysand, except for yourself and being like, nah, it's cooler if I'm a broody asshole.
A lot of the things where it's like, this is like this theme, right? What kind of things did he take upon himself to protect Valaris and like all of that? And a lot of those things where it's like, but did you have to do that though? Like,
the thing is, like, Sarah is trying to be like, oh, he's such a martyr. Look at all the things he sacrificed just to keep the people safe that he cares about. And, like, in some ways, like, with Amarantha, it's like, obviously, yeah, there weren't really options. But for most of the other stuff, I'm like, you are writing this as if Rysand is the underdog who needs to keep other people happy, or, like, he's, like, one of those butterflies that has to look dangerous even though he's, like, a fragile little bean. Like, right? So they don't attack him because he can't fight them, but you have made him the kind of guy who can fight all of those people and win. So he doesn't need to play pretend and doesn't need to do these sacrifices. If you had just committed to writing him as like, oh, I am powerful, but not that powerful, but I need to look worse so no one's testing it. So, like, people are doing better, right? Like, that would make sense, but she can't commit to it because he needs to be the specialist boy to ever live and to ever be like dressed in black and swarmy, you know? Like,
the thing is, I totally agree with you. The thing is, it could have been an interesting plot point, and it does happen sometimes when Feyre's like, oh, we're both broken, and we both like have to deal with things that we don't want to remember. And there's one singular point in which he, towards the end of the book, where he says like something like, I don't deserve you. And she's like, you do deserve good things and happiness. And I feel like if that is something you wanted to expand more, because that could be a reason why somebody feels... Because for the same reason Tamlin tries to protect Feyre, because he's like, I wasn't able to protect her, I don't deserve her, I need to keep her safe. You could put a similar thing onto Rhysand being like, I did all of these things, I still don't deserve these things, I still have to kind of, you know, like, keep up this huge effort of like saving people and making them happy. That could be a nice emotional thing, but it only happened one fucking time. And I was like,
And another thing where I'm just like, this doesn't get explored at all, even though it feels like it was supposed to be a thesis for the rest of the series, is that really he can have all these bad habits and like bad like look at life, but what would necessarily happen is that Feyre changes that by having the perspective of a human and being like, hey, this is bad, you need to be better. Like, we can, like, build trust and work with other people. Like, you need to change. Because, like, it's literally like, oh, be glad, Feyre, of your human heart. Like, like, yes, the reason, like, it should be part of the story that the only one who could have, you know, changed Prythian and made it better was her, because there needed to be human impact on, like, the way all these fairies have, like, their traditions and set up everything. Like, she should be there and revolutionize, basically, how things are done, because she's in a position of power, but she comes from a different place. But that never happens. Because Sarah J. Maas is too conservative to actually do any of this.
Now that you're saying it, it gets mentioned a couple of times, and this was one of the scenes of the Spring Court scenes. Yeah. Where Feyre's like, you don't know what it's like to be starving and desperate for it. And it's like,
that's the thing where she's like, no, the tithe sucks, we should not be doing this. And like, and she gives away wealth to somebody who needs it, even though everyone's like, well, they're greedy bitches, they don't, you know, they won't spend it, you know, responsibly, you shouldn't give handouts to the poor. And that's like, shouldn't, like, I might be insane, this is on the table. However, the fact that she received a drop of power from literally every single court, to me, should be foreshadowing to the fact that at the end, she should have influence in every court and change all of them for the better. Like, making sure the tithe doesn't happen anywhere at all anymore because it's not right? Like, she used to be poor, she used to be hungry, she should be fighting for all the people who have nothing and looking at all those High Lords and being like, you fucking stupid bitches, you need to not abuse the people under you. Yeah. But that never happens. And I'm just like, am I stupid? Doesn't this feel like a natural way for the story to go? She shouldn't just be sitting in the night court as High Lady because she has bits of every court. She should be representing everyone who's not High Fae but participating in life and Prithian from all those courts. Right.
While we are at like the economics of stuff, because Sarah tries to like talk about it because she introduces the tithe thing, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't get how Valaris or the Night Court sustains itself because she has a wage. She has like an account at the bank. She has a wage.
There is a bank in Nosferry City. So it's like we have a bank. People so it's like, okay,
how does the court earn money? That like because there's a lot of people in Valaris that do work and that like have jobs and stuff, which is interesting that they talk about shipments of things and new spices, even though nobody's supposed to know where Valaris is, but that's another thing, right? The people living there there's stuff going on, but how does the court survive?
It's just like, why is there money? They're fucking fairies. Why is there a currency? Why is there a bank? That is insane. Does she have a credit card, Sarah?
Something similar.
Is Valaris just a modern city? Like,
she doesn't have like a credit card, but there is a thing about Rhysand saying that she is on the list of approved people for his savings. So essentially, she can go to a shop and just go put it on Rhysand's tab, and then someone will go to the bank.
It is so offensively unimaginative to be like, yeah, these fairies, they have a normal modern city with banks and normal shops and cafes just like we have them, and the people who live there all look human. They just have pointy ears, and sometimes there's fairies also, but mostly it's just High Fae. So it's just and they wear pants and sweaters out of cashmere. They were normal shoes. They were nice coats. I'm just like, am I tripping? The Valaris descriptions are insane. I'm just like, is this just like a cozy little village in the Alps with like a tourism industry? What is happening?
I wrote down the stroll through Valaris. I could not care less. I mean it. It was so fucking boring. Especially the whole focus on the different, what did you call them? Palaces? Like the different shopping areas. And then this weirdly detailed description from Rhysand on the theater culture in Valaris, and like the orchestra, and it's like, why do we need this? Why do we? It's enough to be like, it's a beautiful city, and like a little bit exposition. I'm not an exposition hater, right? I'm not trying to say this. It's just Valaris as a city becomes such a character in this book that is not needed.
But it's a bad character because it's just a modern city. Like, it's so weird. Like, one of my points really is just like, wow, there's so much art and artists and music and theaters. Don't worry about where the wealth to support all this comes from, kitten. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it.
The thing that genuinely made me go, huh? Was the spice thing with the, new spices are from where? From where are the only
the rest
people
of the world? I guess.
Yeah, but nobody knows where Valaris is. That's the thing, and it's like we only know of a couple of people who are allowed in and out of Valaris, right? So it's like, is Asriel coming from his, sleuthing, spying trips with a little package of new spice
No, we
seeds?
know that they are from ships in the harbor. Are we expecting, like, Asriel to be, like, commandeering a ship? Is he just, like, standing there, like, hee hee hee? Like, what is happening?
Which ships? From where are they It makes it irks insane. Me. And when I was reading that, I was like, what does this even imply? Is it only the fairies that don't know about Valaris, but humans can just ship up to it and, like, sell
like,
cinnamon.
Even, honestly, the spices are crazy. What made me even crazier, that's why when we talked about it, I was like, dude, there's lines in here that you could go on like a rabbit hole, but it doesn't really warrant it because it's just, Sarah's lazy. But we find out that Valaris has professional sports teams and that Amren is a dedicated sports fan.
Like, what do you mean?
What are we doing? That's insane. What kind of sports? Are we doing fairy soccer? Are we doing fairy baseball? Are they playing croquet? What is going on? What is going on?
It's not even that. It's that usually, right, different sport teams come from different
cities or countries. Yeah.
What is this? Like the one side of the Sidra and the other side? Like, does the artist's corner? Does the Rainbow have their own little gay artist team that plays against the jocks from Dogtown? You know. Like, what's going on here?
It's insane. It's just like, Sarah, stop watching TV while you write this. You can't make Amren a sports fan. You are crazy.
It's probably,
Do they also have a small TV in the dining room?
And she screams at and throws her version of popcorn.
Yeah, she just like puts her fingers into her blood bowl and like spritzes some blood onto the screen, It's like,
I mean, she probably has somebody in her life, or she herself, where she thinks it's kind of cute that they are a sports fan. And I get it, especially like, sometimes sports fans aren't obnoxious. It's kind of cute. You're like, oh, you're involved in something and it's nice too. But yeah.
This is a high fantasy fairy tale retelling. You can't be putting sports in here. Stop it, Sarah. What is this? It's
also the whole nightclub culture. Like, oh, let's go to Rita's. It's like, huh?
I'm just like, what? Like, is this your own Valaris homegrown den of sin with sexual grinding and house music? Like, what is this? What is this? What are we doing? I am surprised we didn't do magic drugs at the same time. We're missing...
the fairy wine from the first book is, I think, the closest thing to, like, magic drugs. But it only works on her because she's human in that moment.
So it's like, well...
Yeah, but like you half expect them to like get out the pipe and be like, oh, this is our happy grass.
Yeah, no, for real. Oh, this is...
Because you're like, the
good
they totally
stuff.
Smoke pot,
Yeah, they're like taking out a pipe that's shaped like a dick and then, because everything's over-sexualized.
Like a vulgar gesture.
A vulgar pipe.
Yeah. It's one of the like Valaris connected scenes is like when they go for dinner or lunch, when they go out to eat. That was such a weird scene.
That was such a like modern dinner scene.
Yeah.
I was just like, Sarah, you can write a mundane like modern AU on the side. This doesn't have to end up in your manuscript. Like, you can think about this, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not necessary to put it in the book.
It felt tonally, it felt very weird. Especially because you're like, the first time you enter the Night Court, it's this magical, weird place where you see the snowy mountains outside, but it's warm on the inside. Yeah. And there's like this magic aspect. And you have the House of Winds that you can't winnow to. So you have to fly. And it's kind of whimsical in that way. But then you also have, I don't know, Basel. I was like...
Yeah, I was like, it's one of the like smaller cities around. It really is just like so weird. And then also you have like Farah coming out, on the way to her first walk with Raisa, and she's described as if she's coming out of, like, a Peek and Kloppenborg catalog,
Yeah.
Like, she's just like, what is this?
Me and my sensible woolen pants and my
nice
cute
sweater,
little,
my navy coat down to my
braid that's braided onto one side of my head.
My beautiful French braid, but we're not going to call it French because France doesn't exist. Otherwise, we have to admit that everyone here is Scottish. Like,
I truly believe
weird.
Sarah J. Maas went on like a skiing trip in the Alps, and she felt, which I can understand, she felt such peace and happiness standing on her little hotel, cottage, whatever, looking into the valley, because it is genuinely pretty and really it feels nice, right? She was like, this is a place you could find peace at. This is a place where you could heal from whatever fucked up shit that happens. But she went too far. She went too far.
And it's like, it's not like there isn't a way to include this. You just have to just make everything 10% more magical. Like this, it just feels like a normal city, which is weird in your fantasy story that had whimsical things like Tamlin's heart is made of stone because he's so closed off to the world, and this magical curse lifts only when you tell him that you love him straight to his face.
Reading this felt a little bit like Crescent City. Like the way the city in Crescent City is described, it's very similar.
And like I'm not opposed to being like, oh yeah, we're mixing modern with magical elements, but it does take skill. It takes skill from an author to, be like, okay, what modern things still make sense and how does magic impact them? But this is just a normal ass city. A very wealthy city where, again, it's like, I wonder where that wealth is coming from. Hey, Raisin, why are there so few fairies in your beautiful city that's just so picturesque? All those people who are seen as lesser by society, why are they not also in your city? Are you racist, Raisin? Are you racist? Are you a high-fate,
occasionally it's
supremacist? Are we doing this, my man? Are we doing this?
Yeah.
Is those the people where you get the wealth from?
It's described that there are lesser fairies in the city.
But only a few.
And I mean, Feyre looks at Azrael and Cassian and she's like, wait, you look like high fae, until they're like, no, it's like high fae is a very specific look,
The crazy part is, though, that they're also racist against fairies. Because Cassian is like, oh, we're not high fae, but we're not low fae, we're not lesser fairies either. We're Illyrians. And I was like, cope. But also, Cassian, have you considered that maybe looking down on other people just because of their features is not good? No? Okay, continue then.
The whole Illyrian thing is so weird to me. I mean, now with the knowledge I have after going through Crescent City, I obviously know that spoiler, I guess, that the Illyrian... that the Illyrians were also made, right? That's why it's like, oh, we're just here, I guess. But like,
we're built different.
If that is not the context you have, plus I do not believe Sarah J. Maas had that context.
Knew this at the time.
When she was writing the second book. I feel like, she started to brew on it in the third book. But can't tell me she had this idea already in the second book.
No.
It makes the existence of the Illyrians so weird, because you're also wondering what other courts have as an equivalent.
Guys like this around, yeah.
Yeah, do they have like their own little spring Illyrians or something?
Yeah, in the spring court, do we have like tree people who are like, we're not lesser fae, we're not high fae either, we're just the tree guys.
It's like we've been here before all of y'all, so just don't bother us. So it's like, right? That kind of the feeling you get from the Illyrians.
No, it's the Illyrian thing is just like, it's really unfortunate, because it's like, it does the thing that a lot of fantasy authors do, especially in fantasy, where, like, the Illyrians are racialized, but they are never described as particular ethnicities or truly dark-skinned. Like, they get the worst of all racial stereotypes associated with especially men of color. You get their, they're savages, they're backwards culturally, they're misogynist, they're obsessed with strength, they're like hypersexual, they're super tall, they have all huge dicks, like that's also super important, they're described as a violent warmongering people. And if you've ever read any like racist descriptions of any like ethnicity like ever that's been colonized, you're like, oh, this sounds really really, really, really bad. Yeah. But they're only ambiguously brown, so we can't call Sarah J. Maas racist for it. Even though it's obvious. It's so obvious, and it's so off-putting. Especially because, like, the book acts as if, they are super misogynist and abusive to female members, but we can't change that because it's their culture, man. We can't, stop them from doing that. Because, like, Ryson and, like, his two goons are all like, no, there's valuable culture here, and everything you hear about their culture is, like, the worst thing you've ever heard. And you're like, I actually don't think so, Ryson. Yeah. I think you're just wrong. I think I totally agree. Bad.
Tying back to what we like said previously, this was one of the moments where I was like, if it bothers you this much, because Reason has like an intense connection to that. His mom was supposed to get her wings cut off. His mom literally starved herself to delay puberty and like bleeding to the point where, because she was that terrified of it. Don't tell me you can't, like, there's like powerful lords that might, then kill them too.
I'm just like, how dare you pretend you cannot intervene? How dare you, with your mind control powers, with your power to turn people to dust, how dare you pretend you could not stop these people and force them to do exactly as you want? Like, how dare you? You are not an uwu little bean who's too powerless. It's like, no, I need their support. It's like, no, you don't need anyone's support. You could turn entire armies into blood dust if you wanted to.
Even with your, like, reduced power, you were able to mind control so many people at the same time in order to, like, keep Valaris and the rest of the court a secret. You cannot tell me that after the Amarantha dies, with his whole arsenal available, he can't, like, mind control, gaslight the ones that will not see reason. Also,
he doesn't even need to constantly do that. The threat is enough that he's like, hey, I can turn you into a vegetable. Like, I can turn your brain to soup whenever I want to. You can do what I want, or your brain will be soup. They don't even have to be pro whatever he wants. The threat can be always there. And then he doesn't even have to actively keep tabs on what they're doing. But no, he can't do it.
The thing is, it might take a couple of generations, right? Even if you have the threat that doesn't magically change the way that people think, and the way that they've been brought up, right? But the kids or the kids of the kids, they will be in a, like, grow up in a society that doesn't do these things to the women in the Illyrian camp. But so they will not see how that would be beneficial.
It's also that, like, roughly half the Illyrians, all the female Illyrians, will be pro whatever you're doing. Yeah. And what you're implying is that they're just as strong and capable as the men. So, like, if they're all on your side and you start training them, there isn't really a point where history can just shift backwards with a single step. Like, what are you talking about, Ryson? You could do something, but you're not. There was one
thing I fucking hated so much, was this super small part of the, we have this secret female Illyrian training camp, and it's like, but like only 3 are like actually usable, and the others are just lost causes. And I was like,
only 3 have like the killing instincts, and I'm like, you know that people get trained to kill, like, regardless of whether they have a killing instinct, whatever that means.
And it's also like, why do they need to have that instinct if your core idea is self-defense?
Yeah. It's like, crazy. But it's also like, obviously the Illyrians are just like a whole basket of racial stereotypes like mixed together. Because like, on their face they don't make sense. If the women also have like powers and like they're just as strong if they're trained, and these are warmongering people who fight all the time, how would not a group in which women are also allowed to fight vastly outnumber the other groups and change like the game of like, hey, you know, if we also train those women, we'll win more because we'll just have double the fighters? Especially because they seem, like High Fae, to not even have that many children ever. So being like, oh, they're just used for breeding. Girl, if that woman has like a kid every 10 years, she can fight the rest of the time?
Yeah, like what does she do the other 9?
Like, what? What are you talking about? That makes zero sense.
Also, just the clipping of the wings, if they are that, like, I'd say coveted with the fighters and the men of the Illyrians, it's like, why would you cut, like, it's supposed to symbolize the control over women, but it's like, it makes no sense at all.
It also makes especially no sense because I'm like, okay, but the kind of magic Illyrians have is like this raw killing power or whatever, so like, sorry, but if you're upsetting your, like, slave wife you have for bearing children and she obliterates half your camp because she doesn't have, like, a conduit to, like, channel it, and you never trained her and she gets mad and all that power comes out, sounds like a bad deal. Sounds like maybe you should be training all of them all the time, too, for obvious reasons.
So fucking stupid. Just
it's just
the Illyrians
so
made
bad.
me angry.
Everything about them is so bad. It legitimately is just like uncomfortable to read. You're just like, oh man, Sarah.
Because the thing is, again, there's nothing wrong with if you want the trauma aspect, whatever. Not whatever. If you want the trauma aspect, you can make the specific character's parents connected to your characters be assholes. You don't have to racially profile a whole species of lesser fae or whatever in your world.
It is also just like, listen, it's fair that like some societies put a lot of weight, especially like, you know, in our world, on heritage and marriage and like, you know, but why would Illyrians who live in camps, who don't seem to own a lot of things and whose like leaders seem to be elected more on power than on like pedigree, care about if someone is a bastard? Why would they be concerned for someone's lineage when they're a fighting people who's mostly concerned with power and breeding powerful individuals? Wouldn't it make sense that people don't even get married at all, but you have arranged pairings and you try to produce as many powerful children from them as possible, and you try to like vary to see like who produces the most powerful offspring?
Yeah, especially because this is a thing for the High Fae. So like they are talking about the fact that Moore presented with such immense power that people were like, you know, rubbing their hands, hoping to get that uterus into their family. So it's like, why don't the Illyrians do that too?
And it's just weird. Like, Cassian and Azriel can have horrible families and bad backstories without the weird bastard angle, because that, again, like, that makes zero sense to me. Like, it makes sense that Rayson is struggling with the fact that he's not a purebred High Fae, and that a lot of people are like, ugh, yikes.
That's so High Lord? Like,
because High Fae are, but there again, I'm also like, but the High Lord office is basically chosen by fate and goes to the most powerful anyway. So does it really matter? Like, if your fate has already decided he's worthy of it, right? Like,
yeah.
But there's also the thing where it's like Sarah didn't do world building, so no one actually believes anything very strongly. They just have opinions depending on what drama is useful. But like, why does it matter that Azriel is a bastard? Like, his family can hate him for other reasons than treat him badly, right? Like, Cassian can just be an orphan who came in from, like, a different tribe or whatever, and that's why people didn't like him. Like, he doesn't need to be a bastard. He can just, like, right, there are other reasons why children can be treated badly.
Yeah. It definitely, like, it's not, I mean, for me, it's not that, like, not mind-boggling is the wrong word. For me, it doesn't bother me that much that they have the bastard storyline, whatever. It just feels weird to focus so much. It doesn't add up, basically.
It's just like the whole, like, oh, we're all bastards here. Like, right, we're like the bastard brother, whatever. I'm just like, okay, but why would that matter? First off, Ryson's not really a bastard. His parents were married, right? Like, like, yes, he's like a half-breed. Like, he's mixed race, sure. But that's not what that means. It's just like, the whole marriage thing is like, why would it matter to people who are not playing political games, right? Because marriage historically comes from making sure that your children are the people who get access to your resources after you die are, you know, your legacy or your children specifically.
Yeah, and even before it was like making sure that the other country doesn't attack me because, you know, we married our children
and like
together.
Marriage in that sense, like, obviously also like a political tool, but why would, like, for Faye, it's like, you have magic, you can make sure whatever kid you prefer gets all your stuff, or even someone who is not related to you if you hate your entire family. Like, right? Like, I feel like, why would marriage matter here to that degree, unless you're playing high politics where, like, alliances are like, okay, we want a marriage specifically for this.
I feel like we lack information on the feudal times of Prythian that have established these rules, and now you're sitting there thinking, but wait, why does this rule exist?
Yeah, I mean, the rules are like this because Sarah just, like, blindly copied things from the real world and was like, oh yeah, let's throw this in for fun. Again, that's like, if you think in universe, you're like, okay, but how deep does this go? Like, every question opens another dumber question. but in reality, it's just like, she didn't think about it. Like, that's just, unfortunately, the answer is she didn't care to think about it.
Like, at some point, at least Tamlin is like, well, my fathers and the fathers of my fathers have been doing it like this, and I'm doing it like this, and my son at one point will also be doing it this. So at least you have Tamlin's specific opinion and way of life. But for Rhysand, he didn't like his dad. There's no reason for him to keep up politics of his father for sentimental reasons, because there was no love.
Like, there's no reason for him to do that. His mother didn't like what his father was doing anyway, so, like, what are we talking about, man? Why is it like this? But yeah, no, the Allurance is just like a bullet point bad. It's whole thing, just bin it, like, just don't, just, like, let's not do this. Let's just not do this.
Certainly very interesting. I did not care for them.
No, I didn't. I also did not care for them. Like, all the Illyrian part, it's just so, it's so stupid. It's the same way that I don't care for, like, the weird, extremely heterosexual mating bond thing, where it's like, oh, it's meaningful that the woman offers the man something to eat, because apparently cooking is just hereditarily a woman's job. Making food for women. What? It's in the Faye genes. Just look it up, man. That's just how it goes. Housewife is in your genes. Like, those chromosomes say housewife.
I guess it goes along with the overall, there's no high lady kind of misogynistic patriarchy, whatever the fuck theme, right? Yeah. But especially then, you'd expect recent to go, I'm heating soup for you, you know?
First of that, but I'm also like, we know from the Greeks and the Romans that you can be incredibly misogynist and gay. So why is it all laid out for men and women? Why isn't it like, you know, one, like the partners exchange food from both sides, right? Like why like you birds, like, hey, if you're gay, one of you is the woman and makes soup for the man. Like,
for the rest of your life, you will now have to decide who will bottom for eternity.
It's like, choose wisely. But like, legitimately, why aren't both like exchanging something of value or something, right? Why isn't it like the mating bond just like naturally equal? And like, you can be like, oh, Faye society made it, like, you know, made some misogynist rules around. Sure, whatever. I mean, again, I think it's weird that they're misogynist in the same way, you know, historical societies were, when that doesn't make sense for them. But, you know, if you want the misogyny for your story to work, you're like, I want a girl boss who changes the world and, you know, who fights misogyny. Okay, sure, I'll take it.
The thing is, you know, remember the Bridge Kingdom? When they get married at the big... when they get married at the beginning, and you have these very obvious different marriage vows.
That was so funny.
And it's like, his are kind of actually cute in a way.
Yeah, he's like, we fight back to back, we'll suck each other's dicks. Yeah.
No, but like in a way where it's like, okay, you know, this, the way that Sarah could have just gone... There's so many, like, traditional things couples do when they get married that are not one-sided. Yeah. Like, certain, like, rituals, cultural things, depending on the country, the religion, just look whatever.
At exchanging rings. It's equal. Both people are bringing rings. A ring to put on the other guy. Cool.
You know, you speak a vow if you want to... You know, and you both do that. You don't really have weddings where it's just one person giving a vow and the other person's like, sup, you know.
Mormon weddings are crazy.
And we're not talking about Mormons on this
podcast. But I'm like, there are some very one-sided weddings is all I'm saying.
But it's like, there's enough rituals and cultures you could have pulled from instead of the wedding soup.
The wedding soup. It's just like, it's also so random. It's like, yeah, you give your mate something to eat. And it's like, okay, does my mate also give me something? Or is it just like, one is giving the, like...
They do feast afterwards, you know?
Yeah, sure. And they get, like, what I assume to be oil paint all over themselves and near their, like, orifices, where I'm just like, you know, that's pretty toxic. You wouldn't want that there. But... You know.
Honestly, I thought it was like acrylic. Because the first impression I had when like, oh, these are paints that children...
I love the idea that you're like, you know what they have? Plastic in paint form. That's what the Fae own.
Yeah. Or like watercolor. Like the cheap
No, but she mentions there are watercolors in the cupboard as well, but she chooses the other paints who are still wet.
See... but the whole thing, we can go and continue on to the cottage scene.
Yeah.
We have the whole situation with Feyre finding out that they're mates.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm not bothered by it, but I also didn't go, oh my god. Like, I love the Suriel memes with like the Suriel hashing out all the tea, right? And because it's just ridiculously funny that you have this spirit that goes, you know, if you do want to help your mate.
And he's like,
no. Did I just say that?
Didn't you know? Girl.
Yeah, right? like all of that, it leaves you quite high-strung in a way, and then the reaction from Feyre is totally understandable, where she's like, fuck you, like, how long have you known Rhysand? This feels like a violation. You understand why Rhysand doesn't just tell her outright, right?
Yeah.
But at some point you're like, come on, why didn't you fess up earlier? So we go to this cottage thing.
To be fair, he was trying, and then he got comedically shot out of the sky while trying. Which was incredible funny timing, like incredible, like comedy bit.
She goes to the cottage,
yeah.
and
to their fucking spring break frat boy cottage where they get drunk and presumably have weird sex.
And one of my favorite things happens there, which, like, the origin of one of my favorite memes, where she's like, and then she paints the whole ass thing. And there when Amren comes and, like, looks at it, then we get this question from the last book answered, where it's like, is she, like, an impressionistic painter, or is it, like, some sort of weird realism? And you realize, okay, it's kind of sort of both. Like, she does paint flowers and eyes, but more also looks at a swirl of color and goes, oh, this is Amren. So there's, like, both of it.
Yeah.
But just, I love the memes where it's like, Feyre is not a good painter.
Shit. Yeah. when
like,
I was
Mor
thinking
walks
of
in and
her
she's
being
like, ooh.
Ooh, that cabin's ruined now.
Yeah.
No, but when she was like, oh, I was painting flowers on the desk and decorations, I was thinking of, like, you know, those more stylized, like, on those old, like, I think it's called Bauernkunst here, where it's like, you know,
the folklore
those, like,
paintings.
Yeah, the flat, like, just decorations that are like evocative, but, like, you know, they're very pattern oriented. Like, I was thinking stuff like that, but then she was also like, oh, from close up you just saw, like, nice colors, when from afar you could tell it was Illyrian wings, and I'm just like, okay.
How does that even work? So, like, was she just
we're doing, like,
swirling?
Impressionism? Like, what are we doing? Farah, please enlighten me. I mean, not like I expect Sarah to have thought about it much, but I'm just like, what does this even mean? I'm trying to work with this man.
Yeah, because it's like, Illyrian wings are, like, black leathery color, so were you just smearing, like, neutral
she was
tones?
like red and gold, so I assume it's like wings when the sun shines through, but I'm also like, that doesn't make sense to me either. When you said, like, red, gold, and black, I was like, haha, German flag mention. But also, I was thinking, like, dragons a lot more than I was Illyrians. I was just like, hee dragon. But no, it was not. It was not a dragon.
To me, it just felt very weird, the way that the whole, like, the cottage feels like a fucking fever dream to me when you read it. The way also that just she... like,
oh, she painted Amren's eyes. Oh, because she's always watching over us. Person who well known to not give much of a shit about social stuff. Okay, and then she was like, oh, paint my eyes next to him. And then it's like, you know, the eyes of all these people are up there while they're having their freaky desk paint sex. And I'm just like, is this not awkward? I'm not an exhibitionist enough for this, I guess. But I think it's weird. It's different
it's weird
to,
that
like,
you've said
get
this
horny
twice in one video.
Yeah, to get horny in front of strangers, but having your, like, it's like having portraits of your friends hung up on the wall of your bedroom, and it's like, do you really want this while you're having your freaky weird sex?
It's like when the cat
Their
watches.
sex isn't even particularly weird. I'm just like, the paint is just like, man, that smells probably real shit. You know, the solvent that goes into paint. Oh, terrible. The binders. Oil paint smells so bad. That's why you're supposed to work in ventilated rooms. It's so bad.
I don't know when that was. Was it during COVID or sometime? There was this trend of, like, or not, like, trend, but there was a company that supplied this service, and then people shared videos, and others were like, oh, this is actually a fun idea, where you basically, you have a big canvas, you tape that down to the floor, bed, whatever, and then you slather yourself up in paint, and then you have sex on the fabric, and then there comes a frame with it, and then you have this abstract painting that, unless you have, like, a handprint on it, people will not know how that was made, but you as a couple are like, hee, that's us getting nasty on the cotton over there, right? So I assume maybe that was the vibe, but
maybe
it does feel. I don't know whether it's supposed to be a callback to the Starfall festival.
No, that's like later. No, that's earlier. Yeah, the cabin was so much later in the book than I thought. I remember.
With like the paint on.
No, I think it's because she's an artist, you know, and he accepts all her messy bits, and I guess like I don't know.
And other messy bits. But
I love like what would it even mean to have like a messy vagina? Like what is the implication here? Like if your bits are messy, like are they dirty? Are they misshapen or what are we talking about?
No, maybe she also put some paint on there. No, but I genuinely the cottage thing is so weird because we're in like contemplation era, Feyre, you know, and then suddenly.
But it's a modern cottage in like the woods again. It's so weird.
And she in her like messy bun and a wool sweater and black leggings, like. What? And then Rhysand comes along and then they have a lot of sex and he tells her this, which is also the when he sits down and he like explains again, has a recent monologue about what has happened to him and his friends and Amarantha and all of that, and the cut from that to getting down nasty, kind of weird. To me, it felt like...
I mean, I know everyone copes with trauma differently, but I think the last thing that would make me horny is like a person I love talking about their sexual abuse that lasted for decades.
Yeah.
That was perpetrated by a sadist who also almost killed me. Well, who killed me, but I survived, you know. Mm-hmm. I got better. Is that a turn on? I feel like remembering, like, and thinking about how my partner was sexually abused would be, like, the opposite, quite frankly. I'd be like, let's,
you just said it. People cope with it differently. I personally, I think if there had been a scene between where it's, like, they just hugged each other, or, like, held hands pretty tightly or whatever, just something
have a cute forehead touch, something non-sexual.
Like something, little kiss on the eyebrow, you know, just a sort of a moment of, this is like
a non-sexual connection.
Because it goes like, he tells her all of this and she's like, do you love me? He nods and she's like, okay, so eat your fucking soup. And it's like,
eat the mating soup, and then he eats the soup, weird. And then they immediately start eating each other. Yeah, and it's...
all over, and that doesn't stop. I thought, okay, was that one scene? No. Then there's the hot tub, and then even more.
Then the sheets, then the hot tub again, more sheets.
Then we had a very uncomfortable throwback to the supernatural times when people were writing all of these fanfics of Castiel having sensitive wings. Like I was
the wing.
I was right back there on Tumblr being like, when I read it, I was like, this unlocked some memory in my mind when Rhysand's like, no, the wings are like sensitive. It's like,
I'm sensitive there. Like, dude.
Like Sarah J. Maas and her wing kink.
It is very, like, honestly, I was not reading, like, super closely, but I was impressed with how many pages it took up to get through all the sex. I was like, damn, we're still going, man. We're still going.
I was in a similar way. I was like trying to see whenever there was dialogue. I was like, wait, am I missing anything? But the sex scenes just felt devoid to me. Like I'm gonna admit it. I'm sorry. I did skip some of the sentences in the sex scenes because I was like, we're still at it. We're still okay. Like I did not. I
remember like the first time I read more closely because I was like, well, what happens can be important. Like there's like connection, like, you know, sex scenes are not just like road sex ideally, but like, you know, there can be like character bits in between that are like meaningful. And like I'm still kind of hung up by the fact that like it ends with like her writing him like, you know, cowgirl pose, whatever, and it's like, oh, he wanted to end it that way because like he wanted to erase the image of Amarantha like having sex with him like that. And I was just like, again, interesting that this doesn't turn you off while thinking about it while you're having sex. I don't know. It's just like,
I guess there's some reclaiming your own trauma there.
Listen, again, I'm not heterosexual enough for this. I don't think this connects
to sexuality. I feel like it's, you know, how you handle stuff.
It's just fascinating to me to be like, oh yeah, I thought about like how a woman sexually abused him, and then like 3 sentences later like is the climax, and I was like, okay, interesting. Let's move on. Like,
it's such a strong contrast to the sweeter scenes we get beforehand, and not because it's a sexy scene, but because the tone is so different. The Starfall scene is so cute and beautiful.
The Starfall is so cute, like legitimately adorable. Like that legitimately is down. Like a aw. Like I read this and I was like, you know what, this is like a really good romantic scene. Like this is
him going like please smile again, please laugh again. I was like,
yeah, he's like so yeah, he sees her like really smile and laugh for the first time, and it's just like, you know, that's like that's so cute and charming. And like the sex part, I'm just like, okay, this means nothing to me, man.
Maybe I am just a prude, but why do all of these scenes have to be so animalistic? You know, you just declared love for each other. Why not? Can the animalistic come later in the bathtub? Can we first have some connection through intimacy instead of just, you know, I don't know. It felt like a weird juxtaposition to the previous romance we get.
Too much intimacy is gay. This is a heterosexual shit. You know? No.
I mean, especially because we have a horny scene at the
Spring Court
roadside hotel.
Oh,
no, I mean,
yeah.
When
you mean the shady inn where they're like,
yeah,
you know,
when the one bed, when he's like, you know, what is this? And she's like, oh, you know, distraction and fun. Especially after that, wouldn't you want to have a scene where it's like,
yeah,
not that, right?
I mean, I guess that's what the painting was about. I don't know. Like, didn't they paint on each other? Maybe that's intimate enough. I'm just like, I'm too artistic about painting. I'm just like, you shouldn't do this with paint. It's just not right. Like, it's not. This isn't about the sex. It's just you shouldn't put this on like your body like this. I understand you're Fae and you probably don't get like, you know, cadmium poisoning or whatever. I just don't like it. You know, it's not great for me. I don't love this.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, this bad painting hygiene. This puts me off immediately. But like maybe people thought that was like, you know, again, like I'm like the opposite of an authority on this. I have no idea. If enough people think it's hot, maybe that means it is. I don't know. I can't. I don't know, man.
I think, you know, considering all the horn that happens beforehand, all the lusting, and then the verbal, like, I love you, you're my mate, blah blah.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be exclusive. You can have some cutesy sex, you know, in the book in there.
I think the thing that surprised me is like that it immediately starts super horned up, where I'm like, wouldn't you start slow? Like, right? Like, especially because, like, sure, you haven't seen each other in a few days, but again, like, he just told, like, a heartbreaking story of, like, you know, his life and how he thought, you know, he could never have you because he didn't deserve it.
Yeah. Like, this dude sits down and lays
this is
his
like
heart
0
bare.
to 100, and then you're like fucking like rabbits on the table. I'm just like, man, I guess the soup had like stuff in it. Maybe, who knows?
She sprinkled some special spring court seeds.
There's some aphrodisiacs in that soup, man. No,
next book we find out Illyrians get horny from spring onion or something. But
I also just deeply hate, like, immediately afterwards, where it's like, oh, after the mating bond he's gonna be so possessive and like crazy aggressive about you, that he's gonna fight people just for talking to you, and I'm just like, I don't like this either.
I would have been totally on board with this if it was this like
if it was equal.
Yes, if people who were like talking to Rhysand as well, if she also gone batshit crazy, because that, again, equality.
Right. If Moore had knocked on the cabin, realized what was happening, and was like, okay, no one can talk to these people for like a week, they're gonna be impossible. Like, we can't do it.
When we go back to like the conceptual, the gay fae. Who is it declared with the soup who will be the one who gets possessive and like territorial? The one who gets the soup is to be the one who will be a little bit unhinged.
They're like competitively trying to get their soup done quicker because they're like, no, I want to be the normal one after we after we consummate our bond or whatever.
They're like trying to force the soup down the other person's throat.
No, eat this fucking soup.
I made crackers for you. Just fucking eat it.
I found this corny bar somewhere.
Did you just stealth marry me? It's like...
Did you just turn me into a horn dog for the next week? Oh my god, why did you do this?
It's like a new Omega-verse trope. But genuinely, that would have... It's very heteronormative, and it's funny saying this in the context of the book itself. But like, it's especially because this is the same book. Is it the same book? Did I mention this in the first book? Where it's like, not all mates are sexual, romantic, right? What happens in a platonic mate thing is one of your besties just crazy. You're like bestie mates, right? And you get your bestie mate bond, and then one of you is just fucking unhinged.
One of them is just clinging to the other like a koala. It's like, no, we're not letting go for a week.
Like a backpack, just attached to the other friend.
He's just like,
It's like, oh, like, congratulations on your mating bond. And it's like, nah, it's just Ralph. It's just my buddy. Ralph.
We have a buddy bond. Don't worry about it. We're like Australian mates. You get it?
It's like a bromance,
Yeah.
It's just us. But yeah, all of this world lore, it makes no sense with the previous things established.
Yeah, I think one thing I also wanted to say about like the weirdly intense sex at like the cabin after like the confessions and stuff is that explicitly at the beginning in the book, it's like the problem with Tamlin and Feyre was that they were, they had sex together and they were compatible in that way, but they didn't talk. And they, it was like the sex was there to not, talk through stuff and then
not have to talk.
Yeah, so I'm like, maybe you should have sex that involves more talking with the next guy, at least, the few times we see it on the page.
Have more talk in general. And then one of the funniest, like, results from what you just mentioned is when they are at the house. And then Feyre's like, oh, I don't even know which room to go to because, with Tamlin, I didn't talk about that. And like, oh my God. And now I gotta ask Rhysand. And Rhysand's just like, we can just pick a room, darling. Like, no problem. And it's dressed up as like this huge fucking thing.
that part is crazy because there are several points at which the narrative like explicitly parallels like Raisin and Feyre and Tamlin and Feyre's relationships, and one of them, like, the narrative is like, it's a bad sign for your partnership when your partner has his own room or leaves you to have your own room as well, but like you still sleep together, but there's a different room in case you don't want to. That's the bad thing, by the way. You should have a room that you share, and like, and everything. You should have one room together where you share all your stuff together. I'm like, no, actually, I think the other thing's better. I think it's good to be able to be like, hey, I don't want you in my space right now. Please sleep in your own... Like, how is the narrative going? Hey, yeah, you know, that's a bad sign for your relationship, by the way.
It's like, of course, it totally depends on the couple, like, what you'd rather want. But the aspect of, as you said, being able to have your own space, like your own safe space, even if you say my safe space is next to this other person, just having it's not a red flag to have the opportunity to retreat to another room.
Especially because it was like, well, Tamlin slept in her bed anyway all the time because they wanted to share a bed. So it's like, it's not like they're not sharing their nights or whatever. He just also has his own room where his own stuff is that, you know, she's not always in. How is that a bad thing? That is crazy to me. Maybe I'm just someone who loves having my own space, but it's crazy to me to be like, you know, that's a bad sign when your partner, like, respects you. Because most of the time, people just don't have, like, their own room. Because they just don't have that many rooms in their flat or whatever. Yeah. Most people don't own a giant palatial estate with, like, giant rooms. Too many to ever use, right? Like, most people are like, yeah, we have a shared bedroom because there's just not that many rooms in a flat, typically. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
I think there's also this stigma of like, oh, married people sleeping in different beds. Oh, that must mean that, you know, the marriage is failing. But there's so many reasons why people don't sleep in the same bed.
Right.
Like one of the most common ones is because you simply cannot fall asleep with another person moving next to you.
Also, especially, like, I totally understand that, especially in summer when there's another warm person there and it's already hot all the time. Like, totally. Like, if you need your own room, or if you have different sleeping patterns, if one of you is like, I wake up at 5 and I want to wake up my
like
partner.
Shift work.
Yeah, it's like, it's not weird to have separate rooms just available. This is such a strange, like, this feels like one of those, like, very conservative heterosexual takes that Sarah sometimes peppers the book with, which is why, again, I'm, like, flabbergasted that she has said with her own mouth in interviews that these are feminist books. It's like, no, they are not. But
and I don't know whether it's because she just takes the things she likes from her own relationships and puts them into the book, or whether this is because she's like wants people to be able to relate to problems or things they face in their own relationships so they can relate to Feyre a little bit more. But it does paint a strong contrast, and it makes you go, huh, that's weird. It's just a little it's just a little weird.
Some moments I'm just like, I disagree. I don't think it's a green flag that Reason's like, oh, we have to share a room. I'll just put all your stuff into the same room with mine.
I mean, he doesn't say we have to share a room. He's like, it's your choice.
But like, yeah, we can do that. But it's still like, it's presented as like, obviously the right thing to do is share a room. And I'm just like, no. You should talk about it, I think, is the right solution. Maybe.
The way, I think, it would have come across, at least for me, as more, oh, this is what she's trying to say, if it had been like, oh, you know, I'm thinking about it, and then Feyre sleeps in her own room for like one more day, and then she's like, you know what, no, I do want this, so move my stuff over. And it's not like just such a on a whim decision. When all the stress of the day leaves, and she's like, oh shit, right, the sleeping arrangement, how do we do it? So Yeah, it's just one of the smaller things.
Yeah, no, that was just a bit where I was also like, wait, what? Why are you saying this, Sarah?
There's like a lot more plot points we actually haven't gotten to.
There's also like character bits and stuff where I'm like, oh yeah, we should talk about this. So let's. I mean, the thing is, there are many plot points, but a lot of them I'm just like, what are we even like? Did we need this? Yeah. Why is this a separate point? Like, the Weaver, right?
Yes.
I love the Weaver. Very whimsical, very dark fantasy. Young woman's body, old woman's head, no eyes, sings creepy songs while she's spinning and weaving. She's spinning. I'm just like, why is she spinning? Let her weave while Farah's visiting. Oh my god.
Especially because the weave is right there. She's like, oh, right. She's spinning for the weave. And it's like, let her weave.
Or don't call her the Weaver then if she also does spin. Like, different. But I love her.
Whatever.
But I'm like, this is a plot point we could have, like, axed immediately. We could have been like, oh, does she have resonance with, like, Reason's energy? You can try that with anything he owns. He could hide it in the woods somewhere. She can be like, yeah, I can pick it out and like get it and it's fine, right? Or like he could have been like, hey, I locked this with magic, can you unlock it? And then they also would have known. I love the but technically speaking, it did not need to be there. Prison, great, aesthetically fucks. Also not necessary at all, because anything we learn from the Bone Carver, who I love, weird little freak. I love me a good little freak in a fairy story. They belong there. But he doesn't actually give any information we didn't have before.
Yeah, that's true.
He just confirmed things Rayson already knew, where I'm like, wait, then what were we doing here? What?
At least for me, while reading these plot points, at least were still fun, because there was a sort of whimsy or excitement to it. And I did like the whole... Like, the Weaver, also, the one part was the whole Feyre realization that she can get herself out of situations and to not stop fighting, blah, blah, blah. And that she has critical, like, fighting IQ with the chimney and stuff. And that part of her is coming back that she had previously when she was, like, little hunter Feyre. So I wouldn't say that we can completely...
No, but like them. With the rain, I mean, you have to change it. You have to make it something else, because as it is employed, it is so wasteful. It's like, why are we doing this?
For some reason, I remembered this scene as if Feyre was like a tiny person in a huge house. Like, I don't know why, but in my brain, I was like, oh, and now we're getting to this really cool scene where she's like this little thief in this gigantic house. And I remembered the Weaver being gigantic, right? And it was like a little, like, like in Ratatouille, you know, where Remy thinks the rat and everything else is large. And then I'm like, oh no, it's just a small cottage. Oh, I remember this differently. I don't know
why did I imagine this?
Yeah, why did I imagine like this fantastic big cottage and she's like clambering over stuff, but no, it's just a cottage.
No, and like I don't think there's anything wrong with like a scene where you steal from like something like that. Where I'm just like, couldn't we have combined this either with like the summer court theft or given her something meaningful to steal? Because we could have also been like, hey, the Book of Breathings has been, you know, torn into many small pieces, which are, you know, in many places. For example, one's with the Weaver, who collects magical stuff. Somebody traded it in for something else or whatever, and, like, we need to get it from there. Why is it it's such a long scene for something that doesn't, like, for such a small bit that, from the perspective of like, okay, these characters have like a time sensitive task, and also they just need to prove that she can like use his magic signature
that way. Yeah,
that's too much work.
At the same time, because those were like fun excursions. The prison was a fun little excursion, especially because they have to try twice because Feyre just is like fucking nopes out of it the first time. And then we have the Weaver, fun little excursion, and then we have the summer court, which is where it stopped for me to be a fun little excursion. I was like, ugh. First of all, I'm so sorry, but when I read the description for Tarquin, I was like, this is what Azul wished to be described as in Lightlark, you know, not with luscious limp pink lips and like
I'm just like
bushy
eyebrows as big as his eyes or whatever.
You know, he was like, you know, Tarquin was able to run because Azul just got shot a couple of years later in his own book.
I mean, looking at Tarquin, I was also like, yes, Sarah, I have also watched Atlantis, The Lost Empire. How could you tell?
I swear, if this book hadn't come out years before House of the Dragon, I'd be like, you just watched like the first couple of episodes of House of the Dragon and thought these people look so fucking cool. The Valarians with their white dreadlocks. Yeah, I know exactly what you are, Sergeant.
I mean, the like black character with like white hair and blue eyes is like a design trope generally, where it's like, oh, make a black character, but you also give them white features, as in like light hair and like, you know, blue eyes. Classic, but like, just like from a like design sense, like dark skin with light hair is great because contrast is always great.
It just
like
looks
it's
so
the same.
Fucking cool.
It's the reason like a pale white person with like black hair also is like a classic in the design sense, because it's like, yeah, the contrast, man. Yeah. Snow White knows what's up. The contrast. but like, yeah, no, meeting him, I was like, yeah. I've also seen Atlantis, yes, of course.
But the summer court thing was so boring to me. The banquet scenes and the weird party boat scene and going to the treasure trove, and you could have gotten the message of, hey, we feel bad for stealing from this guy because he seems like a genuinely nice dude who's only 80, mind you. Only 80 years old.
He's only kind of geriatric. Don't worry about it.
Like, Recent is stealing from a toddler, basically. It's...
But the thing is also that, like, conceptually, I get it. You're doing a book series about Prithian, right?
Yes.
You should be visiting every court at least once, so you can world build around... I know it's not happening. I've read the third book. I'm aware we're not going ever. But, like, just in theory, like, right, you arrive in the Fey world and you see the Spring Court, and then you see Under the Mountain, and then in the second book, you go to the Night Court, and you see something totally different, then you see the other, like, seasonal court, and, like, that's where in my brain, I'm like, obviously that should be happening, because also she has a facet of power from every court. So she should interact with all of them, because she's from all of them, right? But that doesn't happen. And the things that are happening at the summer court are also not great. Again, that was also the point where I was just like, is Raisin's and Farah's mentor just always just sexual stuff? Are they just always weirdly sexually charged? Like, is their whole arc of, like, getting closer just because they're both into each other immediately? Like, if they weren't hot, would they even get together? Because so much of this is just sexual attraction, right?
Yeah,
like, would there even be a relationship if they were not attracted? Probably not, quite frankly, because, like, why would there be?
Yeah, the bamboozlement in your eyes.
It's just like, what? No, because I'm just like, I feel like I remembered this differently. I feel like the first time I read this, I was like, oh yeah, they have banter and they build a relationship, but reading it now, I'm like, they just do sex jokes at each other and do, like, you know, jealous, like, little rages sometimes, but...
The banter is not bantering as much. I feel like she has more fun banter with, like, Cassian in terms of the... It not, like, I mean, Cassian, the guy opens his mouth and it's a dick joke, right? But... the way that he talks to Farah, because he has that respect for Raisin, so he's like, listen, Farah, my girl, I'm gonna protect you with my life. It feels more fun, in a way.
Yeah.
Like, less serious.
It's just, it's also so weird like, how jealous they both get of things where it's like, obviously neither of these people is gonna have anything with someone from the summer. Come on, like...
Yeah.
Raisin, you know Farrah's not gonna fuck this guy. You can see her mind all the time when she's, like, not paying attention and showing it to you. Yeah. You know? Like, it's certainly just a choice. Weird. Like, again, it's like, am I not heterosexual enough to get that, like, the jealousy is instant. I'm just like, wow, an attractive woman that Raisin is talking to and being polite and charming. This means he wants to fuck her, and this is upsetting. Like,
yeah, and
does it though?
No, yeah, continue. And the thing is, if you want to go with the jealousy route, it's not like you can't be jealous for a variety of things, right? She could just be jealous of, this is my person I'm hanging around with. I'm feeling set aside, which is weird. Why am I feeling set aside? Like, he's just talking to another person.
But she's like, hey, this is the guy this is my emotional support guy. I'm depressed, and now you're leaving me alone here with strangers? Do you not remember the first book, Raisin? I'm shit at talking to people. I'm bad at communicating. Why are you leaving me alone? This is upsetting, right? Like, she could feel abandoned, which would make way more sense than being like, he wants to fuck this other woman. This makes me upset for some reason that I can't tell from introspection. Because, like, ooh, what could it possibly mean?
Like, don't
find out in 300 pages.
Don't immediately make it about the sex. That's why, like, there's a variety of, like, emotions and reasons why you can feel these emotions. And if you build it up a little bit more, the moment of going, oh, is also so much more satisfying. Yeah. Right? Because she's, like, if you want to take it a step further, she's just lusting after a body who has been objectified to a body for the last 50 years under the mountain, right? So it's like, why do we not appreciate this body for the person that it belongs to?
Yeah.
So, it sends mixed messages.
It really is just like, there is the part after they're at the night court and doing their public grind fest where, you
mean on the roof?
On the throne, where they're like,
Oh, that... the Dune City. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Where Raisin is, like, apologetic for it being like, oh, this got way too out of hand. Like, I didn't,
And it's like, don't worry.
Because sex is, like, a difficult topic for... And Farrah's just like, oh, I don't care. I don't have, like, any, like, hang-ups around sex. But, like, he has. And I'm like, should we not explore that he has hang-ups around sex? Could we not have an interesting take there where it's like, hey... It's difficult for him because he's maybe traumatized from, like, the 50 years of sexual abuse. No? Okay. Never mind. Sorry for asking.
Just objectifying right back.
This. Yeah. He's a man, so it doesn't matter.
Maybe that's why also I have such a huge problem with the whole horny, like, thing in general. Because we're doing such a beautiful job of exploring Farrah's trauma at the beginning of the book, and then Raisin opens up about his in the recent monologues that we have that are far too long and explorative. But there's not really anything to be done about it.
Yeah.
Like, for all the introspection Farrah has, she doesn't really... She's like, oh, that sounds really sad. Or, oh, I wish Amarantha was still alive so I could kill her again. But there's no real consequence from it.
There's never a moment where Farrah is like, you don't have to have sex with me for me to love you. You don't need to be good and bad. You don't need to make me feel good. I care about you as a person. The other stuff is entirely optional. But it's a horny heterosexual book, so I guess we can't do that.
It's sad because there's, like, a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, no, there absolutely is. Like,
especially because it then makes in contrast, Tamlin seem even quote unquote worse. Because it's like, look at Rhysand being ready to do things. Yeah. And look at Tamlin, who's still
ready to set aside his trauma to help you through yours. Unlike and this other guy.
This dumb blonde dude who's still hung up on trauma, and
it's like, a lot less two traumatized people helping each other out, and a lot more he is making sure she doesn't kill herself, and I
wrote down the transition between oh my god, we are two people in this mess to I am so fucking horny is so jarring. Like,
yeah,
because it starts as this hurt people, and maybe we can like with a different hurt person, I don't know, we can do something, and it just switched to rabbits.
It's like, sure, he has been hurt, but he's too well adjusted to let that stop him from making you a better person. Yeah. Or a worse person.
I feel like if you you don't have to, but if you include trauma into your books and you include actually dealing with trauma, like, great job, perfect, amazing. But then you have this other trauma that gets brought up repeatedly, because Rhysand talks about it. People talk about what he endured for them, like for the inner circle under the mountain. But then you don't really emotionally touch on that anymore. And like, why are we even bothering? Is there, because obviously with the other trauma, there was a story you wanted to tell. What story are we telling for this character then?
Right. Oh, don't worry. Like, sex is only traumatizing when people don't want it and they get penetrated. Don't worry. If, men don't get traumatized by non-consensual sex, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it definitely feels weird.
And the thing is also that, like, I feel like the book robs Rhysand of character development in many forms, because even in his, like, flashback monologue where he's like, oh, this is how my life went, where he's like, no, you don't get it. Under the mountain, I didn't care that I hurt people. I was fine with it because at least, like, I wasn't getting hurt. I was in control, I felt, like, good about it. And I thought I was never getting out. So I was like, I could just be a monster. And, like, working through that is, I think, also something he maybe ought to be doing. Because especially at the summer court, when Farah is, like, mind controlling Tarquin into, not being suspicious. Afterwards, he, like, literally said, like, you get used to it. The sense that you're crossing a boundary, that you're violating them. Which is, like, such a good character thesis. It's like, okay, you were so used to using people and hurting them. You're so used to violating everyone's boundaries and having your own violated that this doesn't even register anymore.
As a bad thing, yeah.
Right, and the part where I'm like, shouldn't this be the moment where Farah, with her human sensibilities, is like, no, it is wrong every time, and you should feel that every time. And the fact that she doesn't say this makes it even weirder that then later on he's like, I knocked all the guards out with violence because I forgot I had mind control powers.
I forgot.
And I'm like, if she was like, you shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't be doing this unless it's absolutely necessary. And he was like, yeah, I mean, I took to heart what you said because you are right, I wouldn't want to be violated either. But now this has caused other problems for us. It's like, yeah, that's good because it's easier to do it the other way. And this way, like, obviously also sucks and causes problems, but, like, that'd be growth. But instead we're just doing, she's just there. Like, I guess I will have to violate people. And then he's like, I forgore I have mind control powers. Sorry. Like, what
it's just...
fuck? Also, I'm sorry, but the part where they're
No, continue, please.
Trying to get to the book, and they're just, like, standing there in this damp cave, and they're like, we didn't bring a shovel. I'm just like, what? You can't magic yourself a shovel? You...
Especially because after Feyre gets back from the Weaver and she's like, like completely covered in hair and grime.
Right.
And I think it's Amren who like snips her finger and suddenly she's clean again.
And also later on, like when Fear talks to Riz about like his clothes and how they work with the wings, he's like, yeah, a lot of the time I just magic them closed again. Like then I'm like, wait, if you can just make fabric whole and create stuff out of nowhere or teleport it from somewhere, couldn't you have gotten a shovel, man? Did you have to like play dog and like all of you scratch at the dirt? Like, what was this?
I mean, he is not there. It's just Amren and Feyre, right? But Amren, of all people, should be able.
Amren, baby girl, can't you make a shovel? Can't you, like, transmute some of the earth into a shovel? How hard can it be?
Can't you go and just put it away? Like, there's crazy. So much magic going on all the time. You can't bullshit me with the, they would detect the magic at the temple. No, they wouldn't.
No, especially, like, couldn't Feyre use, like, Tarkin's magic to make a shovel somehow? Come on. This is just stupid.
Whisk it away with water.
Yeah, it's
like a little silly. Water hose, God. Going like...
That moment, I was just, like, standing in the damn cave looking at the ground. We don't have a shovel. It's a comedy bit. Unintentional, but, like, the comedy of it is, like, crazy. Because it's we have a ticking clock, but oops, we forgore. Like, what?
That's what I say to myself in Stardew Valley, when I'm already at the mines. I'm like, I forgot my pickaxe, so this fucking sucks, dude. But not when you're like a superhuman fae hybrid and whatever the fuck Amber is, It's like...
It's just...
One other thing... One other thing I want to talk about, like one more plot point, is the Archeron estate meeting the queens thing. I have thoughts.
I have thoughts too. But start with yours.
First of all, I like the fact that Feyre and Elaine, not Feyre, Nesta and Elaine, or majorly Nesta, are not over Feyre's fuckery. Like, in terms of that they're, like, from their perspective, right? Like, Feyre leaves, Feyre comes back, they send Feyre off again to save the High Lord. They don't hear anything of her. They're like, okay, obviously something must have gone right? Feyre comes back, she's like, things did not go right, look at my ears, tee-hee, I'm a fae now. And then there's this whole stuff happening. So I appreciated that it wasn't immediate, they love each other now because of reasons.
But there was
the
also
only positive thing.
There was a bit I thought was incredible where Nesta tells Feyre, like, I don't want this in, like, our house. Like, this is our house. I don't want these people. And I was just like, Nesta, you know why you have this house? Because Feyre sacrificed herself. Tamlin gave you all a shit ton of money so you could buy this house. I'm not saying gifts, make you indebted to someone, but think about where this house came from, Nesta, and then tell Feyre again she can't use it. Just for a second. That part I was just like, Nesta, are you crazy? This is, like... Feyre owns a stake in this house at least. Come on, you can't be doing this, Nesta. Come on.
I'm trying. I don't know if this was the chapter. There's like this Mexican standoff between I think it's Nesta and Cassian, or is it Nesta and Azriel, where they're like really like reeling into Nesta because it's like, listen, bitch, don't talk like this to this person who sacrificed
it's Cassian.
Everything.
Cassian is like, she gave everything for you. She went to the forest alone, and like, what did you do?
Nearly died every day.
Doesn't engage with her, and Elaine's like, oh, you must understand. We were never educated on how to deal with this. We failed Feyre, and we're very, very sorry. And I'm just like, girl, you still don't get what happened back there, did
Here,
you?
I marked it. It's like, someone who let her youngest sister risk her life every day in the woods while she did nothing. Someone let a 14-year-old child go out into that forest so close to the wall. And then Nesta doesn't bat an eyelash as she studied the handsome features, the muscled torso, then turned to me, dismissing him entirely. And then Elaine is the one who's like, listen, this was hard to accept, and like, we heard the stories and blah, blah, blah. Like, they don't even address it.
No, it's just Elena's like, listen, we didn't know what to do because no one taught us what to do. We're very sorry. And I'm just like, girl, no one told you to be the most annoying person alive, and still you manage somehow. I know a lot of people have like soft spots for them, but as characters, I'm just mostly annoyed that they're still here, because I'm like, after the first book, these should not be relevant anymore. Sorry, but like, if anything, they should be here to be like, oh, how does Farah deal with her family aging while she is like immortal? But they should not be around anymore. Yeah. We've dealt with it. Why are we still doing this? I hate it.
I totally agree with you. Or at least if you wanted them to be more major characters, I know, because Feyre is going through it, you can also add her sisters to her line of thinking, right? Because she doesn't at any point wonder, oh no, the whole Tamlin thing blew up. What about my sisters now? Because they are at Tamlin's mercy in a way. They live in the villa. Will he are they in danger? Am I putting them? You could so lean into the Feyre guilt for her family and make her like go back, recede into this old, oh my god, I need to take care of them now because I'm an even bigger idiot and I've endangered them again. But they do not spend a singular thought on Nesta and Elaine until they're like, oh, we need a little villa. And it's not even her who makes the suggestion. It's Recent who's like, yeah, we are planning on using the house of your family for this.
Yeah. And it's just like, first off, what? Do you not have an estate that's closer to where the queens live and not...
It's like, I thought you were the human buddy. Like, don't you have like an honorary house in the human territory?
Yeah, but also, what also drove me crazy is just like, why the fuck was the Book of Breathings given to the queens? Whatever the fuck that means. I thought all the societies were deeply misogynist. Why would women be in charge of anything as important as a Fae artifact that guarantees your peace and was given as like a peace offering? First off. Second off, why can they winnow? Oh, it's a secret. We got this from our Fae friends. I hate you. Shut the fuck up. I don't believe you. Stupid. Next up, how are these still in any way related to the original queens that the book was given to? If you know anything about human history, is that ruling lines change all the time, territories change all the time. This would not at all be in any way still related to whoever was in charge when Fae left the last time. It drives me crazy. The first time I read it, I didn't think it, but this time I was just like, wouldn't the most logical thing be to be like, hey, we gave something to the humans to take care of, and the humans who are taking care of it are the children of the blessed, who have a connection to fairies, who care about fairy stuff, who have been mentioned but never relevant in the narrative.
Or
why aren't we using those?
The religion, It's definitely I totally agree with you. I totally do. The whole Queens thing. For me, it felt like there was this whole story that Sarah J. Maas had at the back of her mind, or that has happened, we're coming back to that later. And then these queens get introduced, and I wrote down that it's like Some of them look like they're straight out of a Burton movie, like Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, the light and dark one where I was just like, oh, they both have a silver ring. Diversity win? Question mark.
I was like gay? You know, like, is this woo-la-woo, you know? Like, what is happening right now? And the thing is, they get introduced in a way where you're like, oh, okay, I guess this is important. I guess I have to remember what they look like. I there's something more to it.
Feel free to forget, like, immediately.
You get this information and you can immediately dump it out of your mind. You only have to remember there's one pretty young one and she's the one who leaves the book behind. That's it. That's literally it.
It's also just like the thing where it's like, yeah, of course, appealing to queens for the well-being of a bunch of poor people on a peninsula where no one cares about.
Yeah.
Obviously that's not gonna work. Why would they care? Like, everyone's like, how could you not care about these people who live here? And I'm like, they don't care even about the people who live in their own countries, probably. They're queens. Sorry, like, historically not exceptionally caring about the common folk. Right?
And I mean, in the end, it gets explained away by, Hybern got to them first.
But and they also like, then we're just pretending these queens are dumber than rocks. Because... Yes, it is not super trustworthy when a fae shows up and is like, listen, I care about humans, I want to help you, somebody is trying to destroy the wall, and he's also trying to fuck over me personally, which is why I need your help. That is suspicious, but, I'm like, especially if he shows me the orb of truth and his beautiful modern city, I'd be like, you know what, he's trustworthy. It is true, he does care about peace and so, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
But... if some decrepit old fuck on an island known for hating humans sends me the resurrected version of a former hero, I'd be like, this is some creepy ass shit. I do not trust this on any level. What the fuck is going on?
So the first question would be, why do you still have him? Like,
I would just be like, how did you revive him? And also, I don't believe that's him. I think this is like your evil puppet version of whoever we thought was a good guy. Also, sorry, but photographs do not exist. They'd have to take his word for like, I'm totally Jurian. Don't worry about it. They're like, you look uglier than in the paintings. I don't believe you. Like, like, you died 500 years ago. Whoever you are, you're not the guy we liked.
Imagine it wasn't Jurian, right? They just pick a random human. They're like, dude, like, you're one of them vagabonds, you're one of them mercenaries, are you good at acting? And the human is like, yeah, I have played the fiddle in a couple of bars, and they're like,
no, he's perfect. Like, he's throwing down the Juilliard-worthy monologue, and the King of Hybern is like, you're our man.
It's like in those dance movies where they try to get into Juilliard, they combine ballet with like hip-hop, and the King of Hybern, because he has no idea, he's like, oh yeah, that's the one. He's like, I feel like a female bird, because...
yeah, the performance is really getting to me. No, but really though, like, that is way creepier and weirder than somebody turning up and being like, hey, we have a shared enemy, and I need this object that you don't even use anytime anyway. So, and I'm showing you this orb of truth.
And this is the Morrigan.
I'm not getting over the orb of truth, sorry. The orb. Ponder my orb, queens.
And Morrigan going like, and I had hoped to see some of the brave women from the war, and you're just phonies. And I'm like, why would they care?
They're just like, girl, those people died like 470 years ago.
Get the drift.
We don't know them. We barely have like records of them because it's medieval times.
It's like 5 to 6 generations. It's like
5 to 6. This is like 10 generations probably.
Oh well, if they die at 40, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like even then, like the generation doesn't just start when the other one died, right? But even so, like, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time, yes.
These people are remembered as, like, mystical war heroes, maybe, but that's it. These people have, like, current day concerns like, hey, who's paying for all my luxuries? And, hey, I don't give a shit about your peasants over here. I want to protect my own nice, comfortable place to live. Why would I expend resources on people I don't care about?
The whole thing with the queen is going along with one thing that I fucking hate. And I know it's to set up the stuff from the third book, right? But the Miriam and Drakon?
Drakon, yeah.
Drakon.
You can pronounce it however you want. I don't think there's a pronunciation guide in here. I think I looked because I wanted to know how they wanted me to pronounce Ianthe, but I can't. There wasn't one, so.
It's like so weird. It's so sudden. It feels so out of place. And we get this whole background story on this. You think you know the whole Jurian thing from the first book, you know? But it's like, no.
Nah, there's more details. Rysand was there, chained up, watching it all unfold right in front of him. Because Amarantha only had, like, one dungeon in which things happened. I don't know.
She wasn't in the real estate market yet.
She couldn't afford more dungeons. The king was like, girl, you can have your torture dungeon, but it's only one. I need my other dungeons for other things.
for the skeletons, you know, for the throne. He was like, Amarantha, we don't have any more space.
I need these to clean the skeletons and put them together for tasteful decorations. You know this is my bone castle, okay?
His boner castle. It's just... like, the whole thing.
No, that's so Rysand's house.
The human city is Boner Castle. Because no inappropriate thoughts on the House of Winds, please. But yeah, it's certainly that was one thing that just I get it. We're setting things up for the third book, and new things get introduced in the middle part of trilogies. But it just it effed me up. It was so out of place.
First off, I already thought that it was very funny when the first book was like, oh yeah, Jurian had a lover, but after his death, she moved on. And I was like, yeah, I would expect that to happen. People do that when their partners die. It's actually pretty normal. Yeah, but it was and then she moved on, and I'm like, yeah, I sure hope so. Like, what is she supposed to do? Be single all her life? Very strange. But then now they're introducing this whole, like, Miriam, she was a half-fae, and she used to be a slave. And she was given to Drakon to own, but he's such a good guy. He let her go. And then he couldn't get her out of his mind, so he found her again and helped with the war effort because he was so in love with her, and he was like, no, it's the right thing to do, obviously. And then they fell in love, but Jurian was a bad boyfriend, but then he got abducted and tortured, so that solved things for them, and they left. It's just like, what? Why are we doing this? To the poor guy who's been tortured for killing, like, one of the worst women alive and then was stuck in a finger bone for centuries. Hasn't he suffered enough?
It was even worse. Like, the dude is like, oh, by the treatment of this one half-human woman, I realized how bad my fiance
my evil
is.
fiance.
And then I run away, and then I get hurt, and then this beautiful woman, half human, is aiding me back to health, and I decided to get down to business with her. It's like, what?
I'm just like, why are we doing this? This is like material for a novella. You could have written like a dramatic Jurian Miriam novella that's like they're mixed POV and you can see Jurian becoming worse or whatever, and you know, whatever. Yeah, that can be fun. Why is it in the middle of this book? We did not need this. Like, yes, we could have mentioned that, like, Miriam and Drakon exist, and we could have mentioned that, oh yeah, they're hidden, they're like... But we don't need all this backstory. We can be like, oh yeah, I have allies back there who could help. But also, like, I feel like again, this was like super overkill. Why did we need this for the third book? We didn't.
That's what I was about to say. Like, we don't even need them here because they don't really add anything that much to the battle. Like, it's another, oh, look at them, they're saving us, woohoo! But it's not necessary because I think there's like 3 different parties who turn up at the end battle.
Right.
Where you're like, oh, they're also saving us. Overkill, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just not necessary, and it's like, these books have more than enough going on already. And again, no one's, like, you could have written like a novella or short story collection, because short stories are shorter than novellas. Like, with like, hey, Tales from Prythian, and you could have had one of Miriam and like Durian falling in love and fighting, and then you could have one where, you know, you get the Dracon backstory, and then another one where it's like, oh, Durian's getting worse and the relationship isn't working. You could have one about like Clythia. You could have had anything. You could have had one about like, you know, the 3 bad boys as kids. You could anything, right?
Yeah.
You could have totally done that. This didn't need to be in this book. And if there was an editor who had any influence, I think they would have been like, dude, take this out. It's not. We don't need this. Please. It's too long. The book's too long.
It's simply because I don't get the result for this effort in the third book.
Yeah.
It's like, I get that if you wanted to have some sort of build-up, you need to mention it beforehand, but it does not qualify for
not at all.
Confusion you feel.
Because it's also like, really, ACOWAR is like weird, because ultimately this should be like a more intimate personal beef with the King of Hybern than like a huge battle. Like, it should be Prythian coming together to beat this guy up, and not like, oh, we get allies from outside too and everything, because it's like, that's not really right. Like,
no, I agree with you. Yeah.
Because like, Amarantha came there and she fucked you people all over. Shouldn't you together want to, you know, like, but she got only that far because you people didn't communicate and you weren't like allies really with each other. So now you can, you know, through fire and like, you know, get forged into a better bond of like people who can now defend their territory and, you know, do good together. Like, right?
Yeah.
So like, why are we paying attention to these random ass people instead of like fleshing out the other courts and meeting more of the High Lords and, you know, building connections there? It's so stupid.
It certainly is a bit weird. I mean, they do try that in ACOWAR. There's the council meeting, whatever.
The High Lord meetup where it's like, hey, Tamlin's a bad ex.
But overall, it could have been handled better. Yeah, it's just the whole thing, and then getting to the end of the book, you know,
this is so funny.
To the whole thing. It's just left, right, left.
It is so funny. Down. They come back to Valaris. Amaran's still there, like, I'm working on the book, guys, don't worry.
So, thank you for the second half.
The book. It's not as weird as it could have been, but I think it is a strange choice to be like, hey, this magical book in my fairy world is written in a Hebrew dialect that's used for, like, holy scripture by real Jews in the real world. Like, I know she's from a Jewish family, so, like, again, it's not, like, a weird, like, Christians using, you know, other religions.
Yeah, it's like,
but it's
she wanted to
weird.
Put something of that in there.
I'm just like, it is weird to call it out, like, explicitly, right? Like, to name the language specifically, and then also, like, I know, like, Word of God isn't, like, everything, but, like, we know Amaran is literally, like, an Old Testament, like, a Jewish angel. Like, why are we doing this in your fairy story? It's weird. Like, why are we bringing real... It's just out of place to me. It feels... In all this made-up shit, it feels so weird to do that.
It could be a fun little nod if it wasn't as explicit. I think naming the language specifically makes it...
Are you implying, like, real-life rabbis went to Prythian and wrote this book? Are we implying, like, Jewish people got this language from fairies? Like, right? Like, the implications are just fucking weird.
Yeah.
Which is why just leave it out. I want to say, very funny to imply that Amron, who's, like, literally, you know, an angel created by the Jewish version of God, forgot how to read Hebrew and had to sit down for weeks and, like, remember. It's really like funny.
It's like this thing with kids having, like, Hebrew school like once a week because the parents make them do it when they're like 7 or 8 or 9, and then they have to go to a bar mitzvah of their friend and they're like, oh fuck, I don't remember shit. Oh no, in a couple years I will have to read from the Torah. I have no idea how to pronounce any of this. But that's the vibe I get. The vibe,
but it's like she is literally like the angel that like killed all the firstborn in the plague of Egypt. Like that's the word of God on that. So I'm like, how did she forget the language? That's crazy to me. That is cuckoo banana pops to me. Like
but she comes back, right? She does what I wondered with this whole thing is like Feyre is like, oh, and then she reads the book, she manages to find the spell. It's an easy thing, and then Feyre's like, oh, I didn't even dare to speak the spell. And I was like, how do we know then that Feyre will be able to pronounce it correctly? How does this spell even work?
Right?
Like, at no point did you at least go over each singular word with Amron to make sure that
you could pronounce these separately? And, like, incredible. They just did zero prep for this.
Because they could have just skipped... Like, just say every second word and then practice the words themselves and you're good to go. But they literally are like, here's this sticky tab with the spell on it.
Don't worry, Feyre, it'll work.
and then they get attacked. The whole attack thing...
I thought this happened earlier in the book. I remembered this as happening earlier.
I remembered it.
Because I felt like, the attack happens and then later they go to Hybern to retaliate. But it's like immediately after. I was like, damn.
Yeah. I remembered it. I remembered it like in the book. I was like, this happens towards the end. And then, because that's when shit hits the fan. Because they're like, people now know about Valaris and we need to act fast. I didn't care for the attack. I didn't care for the emotional thing with the adder. Did I mark it? Because I thought it was with the adder
was also really funny. I thought, like, this is the funniest way to kill someone. Feyre, you drama bitch. Like, that's incredible work.
My favorite thing, Feyre collects, like, honorary titles all through the book.
Yeah.
And my favorite quote is, Feyre Cursebreaker, the defender of the rainbow.
Ally.
I was like, slay, Feyre! Ooh, next Pride is gonna be crazy.
This just reminds me of like that music video, like for that Taylor Swift song where she was doing like, you know, ooh, I'm a gay ally.
Which, no, I'm a Taylor Swift stan. I know what this... Not stan. I like the music. Wait, was it... You need to calm down. Right. Too loud.
No, like, that's what I was thinking. Like, yeah, that's Feyre's energy, man.
Feyre does give Taylor Swift energy. Like, not the songs, like specific Taylor Swift herself. In the way that she's like, slay. You know?
Taylor Swift.
It's Taylor Swift
going to the Hewn City in her Reputation era or whatever it was, where she was like doing, I'm a cool girl now, and like doing like a set there or whatever, and like...
No, but it's like the kind of white woman feminism.
Yeah, no,
you know?
it definitely is like, Feyre's doing the white girl boss feminism for sure.
And there's these super deep songs, but also the horniest stuff ever made on this planet, where you're like, how do they play this on the radio? But anyways, that I did not care for the battle at all. I really did not care for it. I did not care for the people dying there. I did not care for any of the fucking water wolves. I was like, is this Arwen from Lord of the Rings with her horses?
Mostly I was just thinking that, like, you know, you practiced your water at the summer court. Is this all you can do? I was like, can't we do some variety? Don't you have more powers? Like, no, are you not embarrassed of doing the same thing over and over? And then she was like, I could combine the powers so the water wolves became ice. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy combinations, Farah. Damn, you froze the water? No.
Stop being mean! I was just like, why could she not? Because she froze objects previously, and her hands froze over as well at some point. I was like, why does she even need the water? She could just freeze these people.
Yeah, but she has the cool water wolves after practicing making water butterflies, you know.
I think it would be far more metal if the wolves didn't just, like, go away, but if they'd make the people drown. If you have, like, this gigantic amorphous form of water, just, like, with a wolf, that's such a cool imagery, right? Like, biting the heads and not letting go, and the people literally cannot breathe and die because of that.
No, but see, you are creative, so you have ideas. We can't do this in this book.
That would be far more cool than the water and then the people flying away going, ha ha ha, and then freezing and falling down.
Yeah, that was also really funny, though. Like, I also like that,
sorry, I interrupted you. What were you trying to say?
That there's not, like, more other powers. Like, she's not burning people. She's not, doing other stuff. She could have, I don't know, like, used the earth to bury people. She could have, like, if we were going for the whole, like, oh, Ryson is, like, the dark and she's, like, the light and stuff. She could have, like, blinded people. Right? Like, she could have variety.
She does glow, She has that oft.
She should have the range, but she doesn't use it.
She only has post-coital glow. So... Unfortunately, those light powers.
She's all that, and he's just Rysant, but also she doesn't do anything with her all thatness. But yeah, like, no, the adder killing is really funny to me because they're just like they're plummeting from the height, and she's like stabbing him. This is for my friends. This is for me.
It's supposed to be a very emotionally intense scene.
Yeah.
But it does...
All I can think about is the fact that Ryson didn't kill the adder after they got information from him and tortured him. I'm just like, why the fuck would you ever let him go? That's insane.
It did not read like this the first time I read it. It did not redeem itself the second time I read the scene. I was like, cool, okay.
I was just like, wow, if I imagine this with an AMV, it's like some Christian rock playing in the background, like, and this is like epic, yeah.
But yeah, they have the battle, and then they super easily convince Rhysand that the best idea is to let Feyre walk in with his two bros and more.
For that, I'm just thinking that it's like insane because his inner circle, right? Cassian is in charge of his armies. Azriel is his spy master. Mor is like his political liaison. And Amren is more of like a weapon to point at people. But, why the fuck would you be taking all these people with administrative jobs with you on a mission that's super dangerous? If something happens to you, then everything's fucked. You should leave your commander and your spy master at home when you're taking your wife to your cool mission. Because, like, you need people in charge if you don't come back. You can't take all your administrative people with you when you're going on your spy missions. Rhysand, like, that's crazy.
Only take one of them. Only take Azriel or only take Cassian.
Take your spy master, really. Like,
I was like, okay, it's a good idea to actually leave Amren at the city. Because, like,
it's also like,
she is the only one who can defend it. Why the fuck are you
taking Mor along with you? Leave Mor at home, too.
I think it's only because she's the only one, except for Rhysand, who can winnow. I felt like that was the only reason they took her, so that Mor could winnow Feyre closer to the island.
But then I'm like, she can leave after dropping Feyre off. Like, she shouldn't be coming in there with them when she's so important.
But you had to have the cool scene. Does she go in... No, I think she reappears later with Recent, right?
Yeah.
Or does she go in with them?
I just remember she is there, and then like
yeah, but
I think while Asriel is like slowly dying, and she's like,
yeah,
no,
I think she appears
guy.
with Recent in the end.
Yeah, I'm just like, they shouldn't all be there. That's crazy. That's crazy planning. But you people are so fucked. None of you have a brain. It's crazy, actually.
But then, they go in. They have the thing. And then two things that I'll never get past is, why do you say the cauldron was perhaps the size of a bathtub? Because immediately my thought goes to, this now looks like a bathtub. To me, in my head, it's a bathtub. It's a bathtub with 3 feet, which does not make sense for the...
You can't be saying the cauldron was the size of a large cauldron. Like, that just doesn't...
No, but, like, you could do something.
She should have done a sports metaphor.
No, but, like, you could do something like, it was, like, a pool of darkness you could step in, like, or something.
You could have been like, it was big enough to submerge a whole person in it, or something, like...
She could see herself falling into it and, like, not... something, but the visual of the bathtub does not help.
It killed you. And then, you were immediately like, okay, we're in the bathroom, this is a bathtub, okay.
Yes, and second thing, how dare you use the words... a male swaggered down the steps for Julian. Swagger?
He swaggered down. And you know what? His breasts were boobying down the stairs too.
Well, his ears were round. I swear, when I read this, I was like, this takes all the tension out of this scene. Why can't he, like, leisurely walk down or prowl or some... He swaggers.
He's chill in his downtime. Julian's listening to reggae. He's like, chill,
It's like Pink Pony Club Pilates Princess playlist when he walks down the stairs. I'm sorry. I know I'm complaining about this too hard, but it took me out so much.
That was incredible. No, what I thought was way funnier was the appearance
of
the King of Hybern, because it starts with a person appeared on top of the stairs. Hilarious choice of words. He's just like plop. But then it's also like, we know he's evil because he is A, not particularly attractive, B, of average height, and C, wearing boring shit.
The way it's described, he was of surprisingly average height, but muscled like a young man. I also marked this because I'm like, what do you mean? It's old so people funny. Can have muscles, and also, what do you mean?
He's
like
also
a young
not
man?
That old looking. He looks like 40 or something.
Yeah, like. For people in their 40s can be fucking buff. Have you not, like, especially Sarah J. Maas, you cannot tell me that woman has not lusted after the DILFs of Hollywood. They're all in their upper 50s. Muscle.
But it is so hilarious to me because earlier, before I got to that point while reading, I had made a note that was like, no one in Prithian is actually average height. All the men are, like, tall or very tall. But then we get to this guy, and I was like, never mind. There is one average height man, and he's small compared to everyone else because they're all tall.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they're all tall, isn't tall average height? Like, what do you mean? What is average height in this universe? It was incredible.
I love that the introduction was like, Farrah could feel he was the king. Also, he looked really boring and unimpressive. Like, what are we doing? I also love that, like, this guy, he's got his aesthetics in terms of, like, his whole castle made of bone. His throne made of bones. His outfit, not a bone inside. He looks normal. Like, Sarah, commit and make him look like a Lich King. Make him anything.
Something.
Make him look skeletal, because, like, the Adder and all these people also look skeletal. Make him scary. You can't be pulling the, he was scary, but he looked average. It's like, no, in a world where everyone is hyper beautiful, you can't just make him a normal looking guy. That immediately shows us he doesn't matter to the plot at all. He's just
the thing is,
set dressing.
If there was, like, some sort of idea behind making him not look like this, go full out. Go like, he looked non-threatening. The way he talks, you can't imagine that the queens agreed to this dude. Because he doesn't look as intimidating or evil, like,
you could have pulled that and then been like... But, for Farah, it feels like something's wrong underneath, and you can see through the glamour, and underneath he's just, like, a lich guy, like, you know, he's, like, skeletal and scary looking and
or
weird.
Even that, you know, just...
Like, just give him something, but, like, he's just so bland and uninteresting. He might as well just to be, like, part of the scenery, quite frankly. Like, at least Jurian is, like, a crazy bitch who's like, where is my old girlfriend? How could she leave me for another guy after I went crazy torturing this woman and then got tortured into craziness myself? She should have stuck around. Like, dude, come on.
It's, and then, you know, you get the whole...
And then we get the funniest reveal after twist in, like, 30 pages. It's
like,
it's so
first reveal.
Tamlin is here.
You already knew that we knew about Valaris because of the queens. But first, Tamlin's here. And I made a deal that I can go through his territories if I get him Farah. And then...
And also, Farah will have to work for me, because Tamlin can totally sell that to me, even though he does not own her and she's not his wife.
Because he's her master and he can say. And then... Jurian gets to do whatever the fuck he wants with Recent. I don't know. I didn't ask.
He can torture people because he loves it, and he's my little lapdog now. Woo!
And then open the door, because actually, Farah, there is a reason why you will do what I'm telling you to do.
Then it's like, oh no, everyone finds out Farah and Ryson are amazed.
I forgot! Drama! Yes! This also happens!
And, like, Tamlin is like, I don't care, I'm gonna abduct you anyway. And Farah's like, I'm gonna kill you. If you try, I'm gonna destroy you. And then the king's like, there is no destroying happening here, because guess what? I have your sisters.
First it's like, these backstabbing bitches are here, and your sisters.
Yeah, they have your sisters too. And then she's like, the backstabbing bitches revealed my sisters. And the queens are like, no. And he's like, no, they didn't need to, because there's a different backstabbing bitch, and she's at Tamlin's court. Ha ha. She was here during the war. Cool.
And then this whole... we're gonna demonstrate the cauldron's abilities, and let's use... That was some shade where I was like, slay King of Hybern, where he was like, take the pretty one first!
The funniest bit was actually when he was like, the cauldron can be used to turn people into fae, and it's not dangerous as long as you have a strong will. Like, which is... And then he's again like, this is harmless if you're strong-willed. And it's like, my guy, keep saying that, man. It's not at all threatening or anything.
And then, you know, they throw both of the girls in there.
Elaine comes
surprise! Out. Lucian and Elaine are mates.
Mates. Wa-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Surprise! Farah can use her powers to negate the King of Hybern's powers, and she can, put on the greatest show this town has ever seen by lying her ass off and pretending.
She's been called Cursebreaker this whole book. Yeah. She's breaking a thing.
Woo! And then she pretends that, you know, Orisons has been mind-controlling her, and, like, Tamlin believes it, and the King of Hybern is just like, this is the funniest shit I've ever seen. I'll break your bond, whatever, man.
How can he even? Like, is that his special power? I was so confused when he was like, I can just break it. I was like,
I think it was just like the cauldron, I guess, his power. I don't know,
I guess. I guess. And then, oh yeah, throw the other queen into the cauldron. Wait, does that happen? Yeah, right?
No, I think they leave before the queens get...
Does it happen in this?
I will admit I was not paying that much attention at the end anymore. I was so happy to be done.
Am I gaslighting myself?
The queens weren't even put in. I think the queens were waiting to be put in, and then like Farrah pulls her beautiful performance art, and then they leave, and Raisin winnows out and takes the book with him, and the King of Hybern is pissed because he's like, no, I need the book back. I hate you. Now you can leave until I have the book, but then you'll have to work for me. And then they return to the Spring Court.
But I remember this so vividly that one of the queen, because for the queens it doesn't work. Like one of the younger queens turns into a crone.
Yeah, no, I know, but I don't. Did this happen? Did I read past this? I don't remember, man.
I'm like, does this happen in ACOWAR? And I'm just gaslighting myself into. I have to admit, I read this in the evening.
Yeah, me too. I was like, oh, I can go to bed when I'm done. Oh, good, we were almost done here.
This is Rhysand's perspective.
No, we have Lucian being like, she's my mate, and then...
Yeah, no, they leave, yeah. Okay, then it must be happening.
No, it didn't happen in this one.
Oh my god.
No, I was feeling crazy, because I also remember, like, the queens being fucked up by the cauldron.
Yeah.
And because they are not as strong-willed as the Acheron sisters. Ooh.
Yeah.
But, like, no, I was like, wait, did I gaslight myself and, like, just miss it? Was it a tiny bit? But no. And then, it is incredible. We get the Raisin chapter, and it is entirely useless. Every bit of information communicated in that chapter is already something we know, or is communicated directly after by Farrah herself when she's like, they let the High Lady of the Night Court into the Spring Court. Ha ha ha.
It's the ultimate,
he's taking,
proof of the recent monologue not being useful at any point of it.
It takes all, like, the energy out of that being, like, the final thoughts that Farrah has, because we already know, because he already tells his, like, little guys.
We have a spy there now.
Yeah. And, like, so the last line, like, and so Tamlin unwittingly let the High Lady of the Night Court into the heart of his territory. This would hit way harder if we hadn't already known, because he told all his little goons that, like, that, they got married.
I don't know. Yeah, such an unnecessary thing in there. Like, you could easily had Farrah just, like, be, like, fidgeting with her finger, and then once she's alone for the first time, or she's remembering the tattoo, and then just have Farrah say it. Just have her say it.
Like, the thing is just, like, nothing in there is necessary, because we already knew, okay, they're together, and when she's like, oh, she was the High Lady of the Night Court now, it's like, oh, okay, they probably got married, because the chapter in Valaris, like, kind of implies that they were planning to anyway, right? That they planned something, and then it's like, well, if she's the High... Like, no, we didn't need... Like, that can be revealed at the beginning of the next book. It was so unnecessary. It was actually crazy. I was like, why? Especially because, like, the rest chapter is just in between Farrah chapters. It's not even at the end, as in with the last book.
The last thing.
It's just randomly there, and it does nothing. It does literally nothing at all. Incredible.
Yeah. Because even if you had put it at the very end, you could have gone with, oh, Farrah was, like... going over her tattoo, and you're like, but the it disappeared. What? And then have the recent chapter with him explaining it, and then you're like, oh, but no.
But we don't need it explained, because it can just happen in the next book at the beginning. Like, we have her saying, oh, I'm the High Lady of the Night Court, and then the next book we can be like, oh, the cover still has a tattoo, and then be like, oh, she does still have a tattoo on the other hand, because Lucian's eye keeps, like, going to it, and she can be like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh no, maybe you can see it. Oopsie, that would be bad.
It's like Mad-Eye Moody here.
That fucking chapter is so useless. That should have been cut. It's not long, so it wouldn't have brought the page count down, but it's such a good example of, like, nonsense that doesn't need to be here. It's actually
but
incredible.
Then we wouldn't have had 69 chapters.
Yeah. True. I will say true. Maybe it was necessary. Never mind. Sarah, your genius, unparalleled.
Maybe the book is so long because Sarah J. Maas just really wanted those 69 chapters.
They don't even 69 at the cabin.
I did not. I have no memory of...
No, that'd be too kinky for like a straight book anyway. It's too much.
But yeah, that's like the plot.
We have, there's something, I mean, I think there are more world-building things where I'm like, okay, we could talk about it. But there's one thing that like I immediately want to talk about, which is the cauldron, right? The cauldron is part of the Fae mythology as like a thing that created everything, which magic like permeates everything and is like one of the reasons anyone's alive at all ever.
Yeah.
And they talk about it, and the King of Hybern possessing it as if it's just another MacGuffin. They don't talk about it as, like, this object of unparalleled power that's, like, mythically relevant, and that's, like, you know, the most powerful thing, like, that's just the center of the world, basically, where all magic comes from. They talk about it as just, like, yeah, it's a magical tool, and he has it, and you can control it with this book. Never mind, not a big deal.
That's especially weird because not only in the first book, but also in the second with Ianthe, there's a lot of by the cauldron, you know, the cauldron speaks through Ianthe or through the priestesses. So there is this religious aspect to it where it's like, oh, this is otherworldly. This is like, it feels like this is one of these things that shouldn't even exist because it's so fantastical and like so, like you shouldn't be able to just touch it. Right?
No one should be able to control it at all, even with the book. Like, without the book, you shouldn't be able to at all. Also, it shouldn't just be a normal size. Like, when I'm thinking of, like, a cauldron
perhaps like a bathtub.
No, like, I feel like it should be, like, you know, a giant lake in, like, a mountain range or something, right?
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, this is the cauldron, and they called it that because it's the closest they could, you know, with words, but, like, it's not a cauldron in the, somebody made this sense, but it's, like, you know, a big, you know, wellspring of... But no, it's just, like, yeah, it's a big cauldron, man, and you can put people in there if you want to.
Yeah, especially with the, you know, they ransacked the temples to find the feet of the cauldron. That implies that the bowl
it's just like the King of Hybern just like had it in like, you know, and just suspended from
bowls.
The ceiling, you know, it's just holding it in a net or something. It's like, you know.
You know, like sometimes when you go to the sauna and instead of normal showers, they have these things that you can just... Yeah. Like these gigantic buckets. That's what he was using the cauldron for.
God, that would be incredible, honestly. But, like, also... But, the way the cauldron is... That's crazy to me. You can't be like, oh, yeah, this is, like, a legitimate mythological, like, thing that's too powerful for anything. And, this guy's just using it to, like, revive some people. Like, this thing created all magic in the entire... What are you talking about? Because like, we know from the third book, when they try to destroy it, it breaks the world. Because it actually is, like, the actual real mythical thing that created the world. So it's like, you should not be talking about it like that. You should not be using it like, just like, yeah, it's just an artifact I use for stuff. Don't worry about it, man. What?
The weirdest stuff.
Also,
like, generally,
regarding the end, because the King of Hybern is so funny to me, there's another bit where they say the King of Hybern has spent centuries wanting to reclaim the territory beyond the wall. But, like, we know from the first book that the King of Hybern was one of the few people who didn't lose any territory because the only territory he had was his little fuck-off island. Which implies to me that he really believes that when the wall is gone, all the more powerful Fae who before held territory there are not gonna just kick him out again. Like, dude, what do you think you're gonna achieve here? You're just a little guy on a tiny island. Do you know how big the world is?
There was an additional thing where I was, like, confused, because they say that he has like plentiful allies in the far territories. Why? How?
Why would anyone want to work with him? Who cares about him? Yeah.
Like, I didn't get that. I was like, this is just to signify how strong of an armada he has?
I mean,
or like
Sarah J. Maas is bad at world building, so she was like, oh, what makes him even scarier if he has allies everywhere? But it's like, okay, but why would any of them care about a guy on a small island? Never mind how this guy managed to get... I mean, we're back at the point from the first one where we're like, is the world actually the same? Like, geographically, is it just way tinier? Yeah. Is, like, Great Britain actually giant on this, like, globe? What are we doing? Is the world
what is so special?
Yeah, it's like, is Prithian like a huge... Because the continent, even on the map inside the book, looks huge. So it's like, are we just doing like, oh, British people are just way too special. Don't worry about it. They have the thing that created the entire world, and they just fight over it like, you know, little children.
It's super weird. Super fucking weird.
No, it's insane, man.
I get how it's difficult if you create a fantasy world by your own, but if you start to you can go with the simple solution of just not mentioning anything else. It's just happening on whatever landmass you can see.
And like,
but
it's
if you
fine
go as far
to be like,
you know,
hey, Prithian is one of the only places where there's human, like, lands at all. Most of the world is, like, Fae stuff or whatever. Or, like, Prithian is just the world. There isn't anything else beyond that, right? Like, you could just do that. You don't even have to make a map. You can just say that, and, like, we can just accept it and go, like, yeah, fairy worlds are different. They don't have to be a globe. I mean, they have the seasonal courts, so obviously, like... The rotation of a globe around the sun would matter anyway. So, like...
It doesn't even have to be, like, this extensive. You can just not mention it. And I bet, like, 80% of people won't even question the specifics of geography.
But also, I would recommend just, you know, generating your own map and not drawing it over the UK.
I have no idea why people do that.
Just, like, make a random shape. It doesn't even matter for the plot where things are happening, because people winnow around anyway. So just draw a different shape. Just take the UK, add some squiggles at some places, and then it looks different.
For Game of Thrones, they did it too. It's like, well... I mean, why are they so obsessed?
No, for that I get it, because George R. R. Martin is, like, super inspired by the War of the Roses, so, like, it makes sense that he was like, no, I want this to be specifically like this.
No, of course, I get it, but it's like, it's strange it happened twice in terms of that Sarah J. Maas also said, you know what?
It is extra like funny because for her, it's just like, yeah, the lines for the courts are drawn so arbitrarily. They're not even following any geographics. They're just... It looks like somebody colonized the British Isles, quite frankly. Like, the lines look as if they are on, like, any colonized continent. Yeah. Or, like, some of the, you know, states in Africa. Where you're just like, you're just like... Or Australia. You're just like, oh, somebody just came here and divided this with no concern... For geography anything. Or for anyone who lived here. Okay. It's just so very weird. Funny. It'll never stop being funny to me that, like, Irish people are evil here and the Night Court is Scottish. It's incredible. It's incredible.
The gingers are evil. Yeah, it's yeah, no, it's certainly ACOMAF as a whole book is so difficult for me to judge because of the
it's such a patchwork.
And second half I did not like at all, or not. No, that's wrong. But it's like it's so jarring in comparison.
Yeah, it is so. One thing you can say is, unlike the first one, is definitely not a conventional narrative. It is not right. So, there's a lot happening, but so many things are like, oh, we started on this thing and we're doing this thing and then we're doing another scene that relates to the first thing and we're just waiting in between. Like, they get that first book pretty early and then Amron's just like, yeah, I'm working on it for like another half of the book, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's weird. It's... I also find it difficult to judge because it's like there are parts of it that are good, and there are parts where I'm like, oh, this is better than the first one. There are also parts where I'm like, this is so much worse than the first one.
Yeah.
So it's like it's hard.
It's because the first one, as we have already established, was so average and
it's so conventional. It's just like
unoffensive.
Yeah.
That ACOMAF has no choice of either being extremely better or extremely worse in parts.
Yeah.
It can't hit the same amount of, it's okay. Again.
Yeah, no, so, absolutely.
It's interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. Actually, I just got to some of the quotes I really wanted to share because they were incredible to me.
Please do.
First one, not quite a quote, but that is part of like where I'm like, these people don't talk like adults to each other. Cassian calling Amron tiny ancient one. Who's calling their coworker this?
Yeah.
That's fucking weird. But then, my favorite description that Farah ever gives when she gets to Valaris. But these mountains behind me, they were slumbering giants, somehow alive, awake. Girl, I thought they were slumbering. Girl! Where's the editor? You can't be doing this, Sarah, stop it. You just said they were slumber giants. You cannot be saying this. And then also, near the end, I was like, oh, this is giving Isla Crown energy. I'd never worn so much steel. Blades had been strapped all over me, hidden in my boots, my inside pockets. I was just like, Isla Crown's dagger-filled pants. Here we go.
I that too.
But yeah, no,
I found one of the Hewn City quotes, which was why I was so...
Yeah.
I thought it was so fucking funny when, like, we put all the evil people away. It was like, in the Hewn City, yes, I gave it to them for not being fools. They are happy to stay here, rarely leaving, ruling themselves and being as wicked as they please for all eternity. The fuck?
Raisin, you were like, yeah, I'm putting them in a box, and like I checked in sometimes and they're just doing orgies, like crazy evil sex orgies.
As wicked as they please.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm there and I make everyone uncomfortable by making a woman grind on my lap. Don't worry about it, though.
There was some weird wording in there. It's like he has a double-edged sword sheathed down his
spine. There also was like, Sarah, I know you probably didn't have like a weep phase where you watched people play with swords on like YouTube or whatever, but like it is impossible to draw a sword from when it's sheathed on your back. They usually just carried like that if they're very large and people are traveling. But swords are sidearms. They're usually worn in a way that you can easily draw them. So this is stupid.
It's also
not
like
cool.
Geometric. I blame like video games and fantasy movies because they all do it, but it makes no sense in fighting scenes. You cannot
draw
it. The people have the sword in their hand.
Yeah.
So
no, I forgot another incredible quote from when Lucian wants to pick up Farah in the forest and take her home.
Yeah.
When you spent so long trapped in the darkness, Lucian, you find that the darkness begins to stare back. And I'm just like, Sarah, this is the worst misappropriation of this sentence I've ever read. When you're trapped in the darkness, it begins to stare back. Girl, you have to start with you staring at the darkness, otherwise the staring back makes no... Incredible. This sentence was just so random. I was just like, wow, Farah's in her edgy era. Okay.
I had to chuckle a bit when she was like, and I was not a mouse. I was a wolf. I was like,
yeah.
Slay, I guess. Slay. You do you.
It's also like, I remember that in the second part of ACOWAR, the sentence is getting used way more and it gets really annoying, where she's like, I was like a fox that someone had led into the chicken coop. And she says it
she
so
says it
many times. And here she says it in the summer court the first time and then at the end again, where it's like, okay, 2 times is respectable, but I remember ACOWAR was very heavy on fox in the chicken coop metaphor work. That was a lot.
One of my favorite, little side facts was also the quote of, during sex, an Illyrian male can find completion just by having someone touch his wings on the right spot. I was like, why are you telling me this? I really not want to know.
Why are you telling me this? Something that I generally think is like a little weird, like where I feel like the book fails because of Sarah's own like maybe taste or like preconceptions, is that typically if you have like a love interest and then you go to a second love interest, right? You'd like for them to be contrasting each other.
Yeah.
And in the first book, you do get the impression that the contrast is that Tamlin has like powerful magic, but it's very physical. And Rysand is powerful because he has like mind control magic and other like shadow magic, but he's not like a physical brawler. And like that makes sense. But then in the second book, it's like Sarah's like, no, do not worry. Rysand is not an effeminate twink or anything. He is tall and strong and muscled, and he's so much better at fighting. He's not just trained as a warrior. He is a real warrior who has been on the battlefield. And I'm just like, Sarah, oh my God.
When I read that, I rolled my eyes. Like, I sat there, I was like, oh.
It was so stupid.
I found one more funny quote when they have their, intercourse in the cottage. As Rysand reaches his peak, he roared as he came, sex description. Outside, the mountains trembled, the remaining snow rushing from them in a cascade of glittering white, only to be swallowed up by the waiting night below.
The mountains came too. I guess those slumbering giants had a wet dream.
And it just was swallowed up by the mountain waiting night below. Imagine you're like
new
little,
sex metaphor. The night is filleting the mountains.
You're like a little mole or a snow rabbit.
Yeah.
And suddenly a guy goes, oh!
Can you imagine how many things were killed in those avalanches because he came? Oh my God.
He didn't just abort his... That was truly when I read that, I was like, what? Because previously he says something along the lines of here he says, I'm going to let myself roar loud enough to bring down a mountain, and she's like, I was instantly liquid again. And then a couple chapters later, like, he does roar and brings down the snow. One more gripe. Yes.
I was about to say, I may be showing my hand here, but I was not aware people did that much roaring during sex. That seems a little overkill.
I mean, I guess it depends on the person, how
that's true. Rysand is a roarer, not a crier.
He does not whimper, okay?
No, that's too gay. He's a heterosexual man.
The one thing, like a little gripe, but I did mark it as a quote.
Yeah.
Is the need to point out that different furniture was made with Illyrian wings in mind?
Yeah, I'm just like, so I assume it just doesn't have a back. Like, or is the back very thin? Like, what's the implication?
There's an armchair that Cassian sprawls in that is made with Illyrian wings in mind, and as you say, like, do you keep how can you sprawl? Because that means that you sit differently on the chair, right? It's not like always the same position. Where do the wings go? Is there like a little hole between the sitting part and the part you rest your back, like where the ends of the wings go through?
I have no idea. It's just like yeah, no, if you visually try to imagine it, it's just like, what does this even mean? Sarah, what does it mean?
Yeah. If she hadn't mentioned that, I wouldn't even have questions how they sit on the chair with the wings. I'd be like, okay, whatever. They make it work. But because she explicitly points it out, I'm like, how does this work?
I do think there are some funny things. Like with the first book, I had like a tab immediately on the first page, because on the first page, Farah throws up and she's just like, in a pristine, beautiful, modern bathroom with a beautiful modern toilet. Yeah, and I was just like, damn, crazy high-tech they have in Prithian. Damn, that's crazy, man. But also, at the beginning, she's like, wow, Alice was very mad at me when I accidentally destroyed that 800-year-old vase. And I'm like, can't they magic it back together? What? Don't they have magic? Also, I'm sorry, but if people are like thousands of years old in parts, why would an 800-year-old vase be important?
It does seem a little bit ridiculous in the grand scheme of things.
and we know that Tamlin can fix things with magic, so I'm just like, why didn't someone just fix the vase again?
It's like,
you can do that. I guess. What the fuck, man? But also, I wanted to point out, because we talked about this last time, the horses. Because I feel like Sarah got some comments on this, because she went out of her way to be like, Farah's like thinking about how, he's probably just using that horse so people don't have to be constantly reminded that he could run faster than it and that he's way. And I'm just like, it's still just a normal ass horse.
That scene gave...
people can smell his power. He's super powerful. Like, the horse is not gonna stop that. What's with the horse?
It gave, he's called Lynx because he likes being called a lynx.
No, but for real, I was just like, what's with these normal ass horses again?
No, when I read that too, I also was like,
you also thought of our critique, and you were like, well, she was sensitive about this particular
especially because Farah goes like, I'm stronger now. I could probably just sprint after them.
Yeah. But then she doesn't do it.
Okay.
What I also felt was weird is that, like, there's several characters independently that are like, oh yeah, Amren is like a dragon. She hoards valuables. And I'm like, there are no dragons in your world, Sarah. Where are people getting the dragon comparison from? Are there fairy tales in the Fae lands about dragons who hoard gold? Where's this dragon stuff coming from? Either you commit and give me a dragon, or you stop comparing someone to a dragon. You can't be doing this, Sarah. I love dragons.
Like, make up, like, you could easily have been like, yeah, there were these similarly ancient creatures that now don't exist anymore, and they, Amren being so old and ancient, that just reminds us of a dragon.
Right, or be like, yeah, dragons live in remote... I mean, we have that scene where after Rysand gets abducted and Farah heroically saves him, like a real girl boss, she's so like, in the forest, she's like, oh, I didn't even dare look down to see the creatures prowling below. And I'm like, well, what is there, Farah? Could you explain? Could we get some world building?
And H&B trying to find her.
No, she's just like going through the woods, and down there there's just a normal ass bear who's like, not my business. What's prowling down?
It's like the monster from Near the Bone being like, don't mind me.
Listen, I'm just a little guy, okay?
It's like Mothman just crawling through the forest.
Yeah, Mothman's down there. He lost his glasses. He's like, fucking weirdos. Okay, whatever, man.
Where's the Surya being like, who you talking ugly? Like, what the fuck?
No, for real though. I was like, what is even down there? Are we talking like large insects? What's happening, Farah? Yeah. Give us a description. It's not scary when you're like, something was down there. It's like, okay, that's the forest for you. Things live there.
Also,
yeah.
she's a hunter. Like, she would be the kind of person to look down and also assess whether these creatures could get up.
Doesn't. I can't get over the fact that it is important to the plot that Rysand didn't properly wash after he fingered her so she can smell herself on him and find him after he got abducted. Like, this is so crazy to me that was like,
these pictures into my head.
It's explicitly in the text. Farrah's Farrah's like, oh, he hadn't washed properly, so I could smell myself all over, and I'm like, he didn't wash properly, not even with Matt. That's disgusting. You were eating foods with your fingers.
Yikes. Like, what kind of... He has touched, like, door bars without...
Right, I'm just like...
They need to sanitize that
you may be High Lord, but that doesn't mean you can't not wash your hands, man. It's not right. It's just
he can be wicked as he pleases.
He says it while jacking off in the public square, and everyone's like, dude, no.
I mean, he does make the mountain roar, so... The mountain also didn't wash its hands.
No, I'm just like, it's incredible. There are so many bits where I'm like, dude, this is crazy. There's also a thing where, like, just...
Well, I actually have
on a more serious note, like, it's framed as if Farrah is getting, she's like getting out of the spring court, and there she had Lucian, who was like a real friend. Like, she became friends with Lucian despite Tamlin, because at first he was like, you can't have better chemistry with the woman I need to fall in love with me, Lucian.
Yeah.
It's necessary, and Lucian's like, it's not my fault, try
you
harder.
Have no I'm sorry.
Right? And then she comes to the night court, and it's framed as like, oh, now she has, the inner circle, and they're also her friends. And I'm like, no, these are her boyfriends, friends. Like, those are not quite her friends, and she's never getting any friends that are just her own. And I think that's worse. I think actually, like, it would be more meaningful if she got friends who were not just her boyfriend's friends and codependent half-siblings or whatever, Like,
yeah. No, I totally get what you mean, because it's the typical, like, yes, of course, now they're all her whole life and stuff.
Yes,
but
and, like, they are soulmates, so they're never gonna break up, but in a more realistic sense, where it's like...
If they were.
If you're like, yeah, but what if they fight and have, like, a serious problem? Like, who are they gonna side with, right? Yeah. The guy they've known for 500 years, or you, who they've met 2 days ago?
Yeah.
I don't love that. I wish she got more, like, her own stuff on the side as well, but they're, like, a couple now, so they share everything. Can't even have separate rooms for, like, your hobbies. You gotta do everything,
It's certainly, like, yeah, sure, she starts fighting, she starts to, like, get agency over her own body and how she, like, moves in the world and what she does. But essentially, she still, like, doesn't have anything going on for herself. Yeah. The only thing she does for a short amount of time is go back to painting, right? But then we get, like, 2 pages to process that, and then it's sexy time. Right. And then it never comes up again.
I mean, also, the book's almost over, and they're doing the crazy reveal corner over in Hybern with, like, the twist, but that's, the reveal.
Not really an excuse either, right?
No, so it's just, like, for the whole book, it's not, most of the time, she doesn't even really build relationships with these characters. They're just, like, they already care about her, because most of them can already tell, okay, obvious. Like, 2 of them know for sure they're mates, and the other 2 suspected, so obviously they're gonna be nice to her and care, even if they don't know her. But it feels like, I know in the 3rd book, there's, like, the really nice Farrah and Asriel bonding when he teaches her to fly, which I thought was, like, very nice, but still, it feels like, she's not, at least Lucian was also her friend, right? It's difficult for me to imagine Cassian standing up to Rhys for her, right? Like, Lucian didn't also do much saying, but that was more because Tamlin was like his friend, but also his abusive employer who held like basically his only shelter from like his abusive family over his head. So it's like Lucien wasn't really in the position to really disagree that much. He was trying, but you know. But yeah, also on a more like serious analysis note, I do think it's like interesting how Sarah J. Maas tries to be like, oh, the inner circle and like the Court of Dreams is about people who like don't fit in with normal society, building a better future together. But I don't know why. I assume maybe it's just because she, you know, just is too appreciative of like hegemonic positive values, but she can't commit to them being underdogs in any sense of the world. Like, Cass and Azriel are like bastards, but they're also the most powerful Illyrians ever. They have 7 beautiful magical stones. Gemstones. To channel their energy, while most only need 1. Oh, look how powerful and beautiful they're. Like, not even, again, at least Lucien gets to be a little bit disfigured, but Azriel, like, I'm sorry, his family has tortured him, like, for years. If anyone, like, ought to be, like, disfigured and hiding in the shadows and, like, right, that should be him. But no, he's just, like, generically attractive, too.
It's just his hands.
Yeah, Moore is also super powerful, and also she comes from one of the most powerful families. She's, like, his cousin, and he talks about how before High Lords existed, it was Moore's family that ruled here, and I'm like, what? What does that mean?
That was like
I thought the implication of before High Lords and Prythian existed is like before Fae, but apparently not. Apparently we just a different government back then. Okay. But like she's not a real underdog either. Amren is like insanely powerful, even if she like doesn't fit into society because she has needs that are off-putting to most people. But even then, like a lot of people are like, yeah, some people drink blood. It just happens. So here, have some blood.
Which, again, it shouldn't be so weird because you have all these kinds of lesser fae. So
right.
One of them reading buckets of blood shouldn't be that awkward.
No, it really shouldn't be, especially because it's just like lamb. It's just livestock blood. Like that blood's left over anyway because you have to bleed them out before you can really process them. So, and then Fair is also, she's other, but she's also really powerful. And also she's beautiful and everyone loves her anyway. So it's like, you know, this court could be a lot more convincing if, like, you know, they were more underdogs. And then, like, also, like, then I also could totally see more how, like, Lucien could fit in there. Because I think that was, like, a thing that was kind of, like, halfway done in the 3rd book, but not really, where it's like, oh, he's also an outcast, right? And he also wants someone to feel safe and accepted, and that could have, like, worked well. But in the end, none of these people are outcasts. They're, like, at the top of their respective food chains. Even if people don't like them, their raw power makes them, like, more than anyone else.
Just
that's boring!
That, like, just the thing of, like, recent, very early on in the book, being like, I am actually the most powerful High Lord. Like if we just compare the fighting stats, I'm the most powerful.
Yeah, he's like, I'm so powerful, I constantly have to use my magic, otherwise I start exploding, because it's so much. It's like, okay, dude.
He constantly has to shoot a load. Yeah, it's like... And I guess the explanation is because all the other High Lords are very young, because the previous ones have been killed, so, like, they're not as experienced or whatever, but it makes you question, like, was, like, if the old High Lords were still alive. Baron is one of the older ones, the Autumn one. He is old. He has not been killed, right? He even looks old.
Yeah.
So, is the Autumn Court just weak? Or is it, like...
We don't know, but we do know that, like, even historically speaking, like, Raisin is exceptional. Like, even Amren says that he's way more powerful than most she's ever met. So it's like, no, he's just God's specialist little boy who gets everything he wants.
Yeah, it's just some stuff that is...
It's just, like, it would be so much more interesting if they weren't so powerful, because then they actually would have to play nice with people who they don't like. Like, if Moore's power was truth, but otherwise she didn't have a lot of power, and that's why her family was like, yeah, we can just marry you off because you don't have anything else. And, like, Reese's double heritage was, like, more important. Or, like, also, like, he was just not physically strong. Like, he can have super powerful magic, but once that's gone, he's just, like, you know, normal guy who you can just, like, tip over. Like, you know, something. Also, they need weaknesses to be interesting, but they're just like, no, they're the specialist, most powerful ever with no weakness inside.
Because it makes it more high risk and more interesting,
Yeah, no, it really is just like... And make Amryn weirder. She's just like this, she's just like, you know, one of those, like, slightly weird women who's obsessed with a specific food that some people think are weird and is, like, really into sports and loves jewelry. That's not very ancient or interesting. It's just like, yeah, that's just, you know.
She's very quirky in a way that doesn't make sense. Like, she's not, like, manic pixie anything, but she's like, quirky goth girl.
Yeah, and it's just, like, but, like, we're told she's, like, ancient and disinterested in most people, because, like, obviously if you're ancient then all of these are toddlers to you, but that's not how she treats the world either. So it's just weird. It's like there are some good ideas, but the execution on everything is so lackluster. It's just so disappointing.
I think it really does suffer from the fact that she likes these characters so much that she wants to convince you so hard that they are so amazing, but it goes overboard. Yeah. And the actual fun ideas with the emotions and the trauma and the underlying things she already mentions in the first book that you could continue on, they just drown in that.
I also think it's like, because she likes these characters so much, she doesn't want to give them, like, bad traits to balance out, like, the goods. But that's, like, what makes characters interesting. People love characters with flaws. Like, they can work through them, of course. Like, that's character arcs. But also sometimes, like, it's good to have a balanced character who is weird in some ways, where you're like, oh, this is interesting. This makes some things difficult for them. Because people love an underdog. People love when characters struggle with something and then they can be on their side and can be happy when they win. It's like not as impressive when you're the most powerful ever and you can blast through everyone. Then it's like, okay, cool light show, I guess. Thanks, like,
man. Even in, like, the shonen Jump mangas, like Dragon Ball, right? There's always, they're ridiculously overpowered, but there's always the same formula of they fail, they have to put in the work, they have to train before they can defeat the villain. Right. And then the next villain comes along, you know?
Yeah, but it's important that, you know, you fuck up and you have to learn. Yeah. Like, that's the interesting part to watch, but, like, this is just, like, a bunch of very attractive people having cringe dialogue in a setting that doesn't make that much sense. And sometimes good things happen, but they're overshadowed by insane shit.
Yeah, it's, I honestly don't know how I would rate this book. I have been thinking about this, and I'm just honest.
I've also been struggling with this. I honestly... like, I think I'll have to go with, like, a 2.5. Like...
Yeah, because previously I've been always, in my head, ranking it higher than ACOTAR.
Me too, but now I'm like, dude, I think it's bad. I think it's worse than I thought.
I wouldn't say it's worse. Like, in a couple of videos, we've been like, oh, ACOMAF is the best of all of them. And, like, I think it's not definitely... I don't think it's worse than ACOTAR. No. It balances out. Like, the good and the bad, it balances out. And I definitely remember it being more fun than now on the reread.
Yeah, no, totally. I think the first time I was also more invested emotionally in, like, everything. Yeah. And that obviously, like, you know... And I think I was also... I expected it to go somewhere better than it was. But now I know that ACOWAR will be happening... And that it's downhill from here, definitely. Yeah. Like, right there is no, like, hope or positive vibes that I can work with so far.
I just checked on Goodreads. I gave this the first time I read it. I gave this 4 stars.
I'm trying to check, but my Goodreads refuses to load, so I wonder.
Wait, I can check for you.
No, I also gave it 4 stars. I'm like, we need to change that, man. This is not 4 stars.
I mean, I have to write it down as I read it, anyways.
Yeah, no, so I already did that, but I was like, no, this cannot stay at 4 stars. That's crazy, man. That's crazy talk. This is not true.
Yeah, this is hearsay.
Yeah, no, I think I gave ACOTAR like a solid 2 stars, and I think I'm gonna give this 2.5. Or if I gave ACOTAR 2.5, it's a low 2.5, and this is a high 2.5. You know, this is 2.5 leaning 3, and the other one is 2.5 leaning 2.
I think I bumped up ACOTAR to 3 stars last time. Let me check. No, it's still at 2 stars. So this is, I'll probably also give, I'm giving this the same rating as I have updated my ACOTAR, so I will also give this 2 stars.
Yeah, no, I really thought I remembered it being better, but oh my god, reading it again, it's like, damn, this is not so good either. Mm-hmm. And, like, unlike ACOTAR, which is just, like, consistently extremely mid and, like, inoffensive, this is jumping back and forth between, oh, yeah, this part's really good, and then parts where you're like, dude, we should just not do this, ever.
Yeah.
Like, nah.
It's like, what is happening?
Yeah.
No, I agree. Now I'm even more excited, worried, anticipating ACOWAR.
Because like, what a shit show will this be?
I have no idea how that's gonna go.
Honestly,
you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it's gonna awaken something in my trash heart, and I'm gonna be riding a wave.
Because you do enjoy a good trash wave.
Right. You know, maybe this is, sometimes, I know you're gonna hate me for this, but sometimes I think fondly of the Bridge Kingdom. And I'm like, so maybe my opinion of ACOWAR is also gonna change. Maybe I'm gonna be like, you know what? No, actually, this is the superior book. We are pulling out all the stops. We're going batshit insane. Slay.
I would never hate you for thinking fondly of the Bridge Kingdom. I would just ask if someone put something into your drink. That's like.
Well, since I take care of my drinks, it was me. I put something into my own drink.
No, but really though, I am a little bit worried because it is so much longer. So I anticipated being very boring in between. But maybe there will be good parts. Maybe.
Entertaining parts, not necessarily good.
There will definitely be entertaining parts because we know they're gonna have sex while outside there are the screams of the wounded and dying. So,
right.
We already know this. So,
yeah, and there's by the way, I'm actually gay talk. That's
true.
More,
the funniest, the most surprising twist of all time. Because Sarah J. Maas did not think Moore was gay when she was writing ACOMAF, I can tell you this.
There are the funny spring court parts, like the one where Feyre, puts herself into the sunlight.
Where Feyre is like, no, I am the girl boss in this house. But we'll get to that
fun parts.
When we actually read ACOWAR.
Well, I guess that kind of concludes our thoughts on ACOMAF. At least the ones we can verbalize
That was a lot of thoughts, man.
So, we're expecting those novels in the comments, okay?
You better. You better.
We've been noveling
This is like a whole audiobook, honestly.
Yeah, listen to us instead of the book.
Who needs a summary? This is not confusing at all if you don't know what's going on.
You even get quotes,
Yeah, only the best quotes.
The best of the best. Don't go read the book. Well, thank you so much for listening and for staying until this point. And
a real champ.
See you in the next one.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.